My child, stop right now. I am not speaking to a crowd. I am not speaking to whoever happens to be near. I am speaking to you, and I am asking for 1 minute of your full attention. Not half of your mind while the rest wanders elsewhere. All of you, here, now. I do not interrupt like this without reason. You were moving quickly through your day. Your thoughts were already leaning toward the next thing and the next thing after that. Then something in you paused. You felt a pull you could not explain. A sense that this moment carried weight the others did not. That was not chance. That was me. I arranged this moment. I cleared the noise around it so my voice could reach you. I have watched you pass by 100 quiet invitations, telling yourself you would come back later. Later has become your most familiar word. So this time, I did not whisper from a distance. I stepped directly into your path. Do not let fear rise in you. I know that when something feels this serious, your first instinct is to brace yourself. You have been warned before by voices that did not love you. You have been pressured by people who used urgency as a weapon. I am not doing that. You are not in trouble. You are being reached for. Urgency does not mean danger, my child. Urgency means importance. It means something is worth stopping for. A shepherd does not shout because he hates the sheep. He shouts because he sees the edge of the cliff, and the sheep does not. I am raising my voice now because I see what you cannot see, and I love you too much to stay silent. Hear me clearly. This is not about rules, rituals, or performance. It is not about proving your faith or fixing yourself before you come near me. Strip all of that away. This is about your life, the direction it is drifting, and the weight your heart has been carrying alone. I am asking you to stop long enough to notice. I know you are tired, not only in your body, but somewhere deeper, in the place where hope is supposed to live. You have learned to function while disconnected from yourself. You stay busy because stillness feels heavy. Stillness brings up the questions you have been avoiding. But I am in the stillness. I am not there to overwhelm you. I am there to steady you. You were not created only to get through your days. You were created to be alive inside them. There is a difference between surviving a life and living one, and you have felt that difference growing wider. You wake, you work, you carry what must be carried, and somewhere along the way you stopped checking in with your own soul. I noticed. I have been noticing for a long time. This is urgent, but not because something terrible is about to fall on you. It is urgent because something good is trying to begin, and beginnings require attention. A seed ignored does not grow. A door unnoticed is never walked through. Right now, something is trying to take root in you, and I refuse to let it be trampled by hurry. So give me this minute. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow down. Let your mind stop racing ahead to what comes next. You do not have to solve anything in this moment. You do not have to decide everything today. You only have to listen, and listening is enough to begin. I have heard the prayers you never spoke out loud. I have seen the exhaustion you dress up as strength every morning. I know about the confusion you manage quietly so no one worries about you. None of it has been hidden from me. You have felt unseen by people, but you have never once been unseen by me. Let me say this plainly. I am not angry with you. I am not standing over you with a list of your failures. I am not waiting for you to become impressive before I draw near. I am paying attention to your heart, the real one, the one beneath the answers you give when people ask how you are. That heart has been asking for help in a language only I can hear. And I am answering. Not with noise, not with spectacle, with presence, with truth spoken directly to you at the exact moment you were able to receive it. You have asked me more than once whether I am real, whether I still care, whether you have drifted too far. Consider this. My reply. I am here. I care. And you are not too far. You have never been too far. What you do next matters. Not because everything collapses if you turn away, but because this is a beginning, and beginnings are easy to miss. If you drift back into hurry, life will go on. Nothing dramatic will happen. That is exactly what makes drifting so dangerous. The costliest losses are the quiet ones, the ones you only recognize years later. I do not want that for you. I want you awake. I want you present. I want you to feel your own life again instead of managing it from a distance. That is why I stopped you. That is why I am speaking with this much weight. Love that never interrupts is not love. Love steps in. Love says, not this way. Come here. Listen. So stay with me now. Do not reach for the next distraction. Do not tell yourself you will return to this when things calm down, because you and I both know that calm never seems to come. The moment is now. The word is now. And what I am about to speak over the rest of this time together has been prepared for you specifically, with a care you have not yet imagined. 1 minute of true listening can turn a day. 1 day can turn a life. You have already given me the minute. Now let me show you what I stopped you for. If your heart is still listening, declare your amen to me now. Now let me tell you why I stepped in. I do not break into a life carelessly. When I stop you this directly, it is because I see something you cannot yet see. I saw the direction your heart was drifting. I saw the weight you were about to pick up without noticing. I saw the quiet ways you were beginning to disconnect from your own soul. You were about to be pulled away again, not by anything dramatic, not by anything that looks dangerous from the outside, by the slow kind of distraction that feels harmless. Another task, another hour of noise, another stretch of wandering from one thing to the next without ever landing anywhere. Those are the distractions that steal the most, because they never announce what they are taking. Distraction did not enter your life as an enemy. It came dressed as relief. You were carrying too much, so you reached for anything that let your mind rest. Noise to cover the silence. Movement to avoid the stillness. Busyness to keep the harder questions at arm's length. I understand why. You were not being careless. You were tired. But I need you to see what it has been costing you. When your attention is always pulled outward, your inner life grows quiet. Not because it disappears, but because it is ignored. Slowly you stop noticing what you feel. You stop noticing what you need. You stop noticing when something inside you is asking for care. And when awareness fades, life begins to feel shallow even when it is full. You have felt this already. Prayer is harder to hold on to than it used to be. Silence feels restless instead of peaceful. Your thoughts scatter the moment you try to gather them. You can be surrounded by people and activity and still feel strangely far from yourself. This is not spiritual failure, my child. It is what happens when a heart is never still long enough to listen. Numbness is the danger I stepped in to interrupt. Not sin in the way you usually think of it. Numbness. The slow falling asleep to your own life. If I had stayed silent, you would not have collapsed. Nothing would have shattered. You would simply have kept going, promising yourself you would slow down someday, while someday kept moving further away. That is how a life goes missing. Not in one terrible decision, but in 10,000 small postponements. You were about to postpone yourself again. Postpone the rest you need. Postpone the honesty you owe your own heart. Postpone the moment of finally standing still before me. I have watched that pattern long enough. So I interrupted it. Understand what my interruption is. It is not punishment. It is protection. It is mercy arriving before damage settles in and becomes habit. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not wait politely for a better moment to speak. He calls out at once with force because he loves. I called out to you today for the same reason. I have always warned the ones I love. I warned Noah, not to frighten him, but to save him and his household from the flood. I warned Lot, and my warning pulled him out of a city already falling. I warned Israel through voice after voice, not because I enjoyed correction, but because I longed for closeness with them. Every warning I have ever spoken was an invitation to life. This one is no different. Some voices in your past used fear to control you. They made urgency feel like a trap closing around you. So when you sense weight in my words, part of you braces for condemnation. Release that. Fear pushes, but love invites. Fear creates panic, but love creates clarity. What I am speaking carries weight. Yes, it does not carry harm. If I did not care, I would let you drift. Silence would be easier. But I am not a distant God who watches from far off while his children slowly go numb. I am present. I am attentive. I speak when speaking is needed. And I refuse to watch you live at a distance from your own heart without saying a word. Look at how you have been living, not with shame, but with honest eyes. Rising, rushing, carrying, managing. Answering everyone's needs while quietly setting aside your own soul like a task for later. You have learned to survive impressively. But survival mode was never meant to be permanent. It keeps you functioning while slowly sealing off the deep places where joy and purpose live. I did not interrupt you because you were doing something wrong. I interrupted you because you were about to miss something right, something necessary, something that could not wait for a more convenient season. There is a turning point resting inside this very moment, and turning points are gentle things. They do not force themselves. They wait to be noticed, and they pass quietly when they are not. So I made sure you noticed. I slowed you down. I let certain plans stall and certain moments stretch so that you would be exactly here, exactly now, with just enough openness to hear me. You may call that coincidence, if you wish. I call it care. I have been arranging this conversation for longer than you know. Here is what I ask of you in return. Stay awake through the rest of this word. Do not let your mind slip back into its old habit of drifting when truth comes close. Every time you feel the pull to escape into noise, recognize it for what it is, and choose to remain with me instead. That single choice, repeated, will change more in you than you can currently imagine. You were not stopped by accident today. You were interrupted by love. Let that settle into you before we go further, because everything I am about to say next rests on it. I see you. I know exactly where you are, and I have come to you there, not to scold you, but to bring you back to life. Say, I hear you, Lord, if this word has found you awake. My child, this is not the first time I have spoken to you. You have heard me before. Not always with this clarity, not with this weight, but you have heard me. My voice has brushed against your heart many times, gently, patiently, never forcing its way in. I spoke in whispers, because whispers invite closeness. I wanted you to lean toward me, not pull away. Think back. There was a sudden pause before a decision that made no sense to you at the time, an uneasy feeling when everything looked fine on the surface, a quiet thought that kept returning no matter how often you dismissed it. You called it restlessness. You called it overthinking. It was neither. It was discernment waking up inside you. It was me. There were moments when you knew you should stop and you kept going. Moments when you felt moved to speak and you stayed silent. Moments when you sensed a change was needed, and you told yourself the timing was wrong. You postponed what you felt, because postponing seemed safer than responding. You promised yourself you would listen later, when life slowed down, when you felt stronger. Hear this clearly. I do not condemn you for any of it. I never did. I know how loud responsibilities become. I know how easily a whisper is lost when everything else is shouting. You were not rebellious. You were cautious and worn out, doing what you thought you had to do to keep everything standing. I saw the reason behind every delay, and I stayed. There were also times when you heard me and moved only halfway. You acknowledged the feeling but did not act on it. You said, I will think about it. Partial listening is still listening, my child, but it leaves work unfinished, and unfinished things return. That is why some of what I say today will feel familiar. It has been waiting for you. I am not replaying these moments to shame you. I am showing you something important. My voice has been consistent even when your response was delayed. I did not stop speaking because you did not answer. I did not withdraw because you hesitated. Every ignored nudge was followed by another, softer or stronger, shaped to reach you where you were. That is what faithfulness looks like. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now understand why my voice has grown louder. It is not anger. You have not failed some hidden test. I am speaking with more force because whispers were no longer reaching you through the noise. Life grew louder around you. Distraction grew stronger. The familiar numbness thickened. So my voice became clearer, firmer, more direct. Love adapts when conditions change. Love raises its voice when a whisper would be lost. A repeated call is not rejection. It is mercy. When something returns to your awareness again and again, it is not an accident. When a question keeps resurfacing, when a discomfort will not resolve, when the same truth finds you through different doors, it is because it still matters. I repeat myself because the door is still open. I repeat myself because there is still time. Each time you postponed listening, I stayed near. I adjusted the pace. I softened what your delay could have cost you. I guarded you from harm you never saw coming. But there comes a point when silence would do more damage than interruption. When love must speak plainly, even if it lands with discomfort. You are standing at that point now. That is why today does not feel like the other days. And here is something you must not miss. The fact that you have heard me before means you are able to hear me now. You are not distant. You are not cut off. You recognized my voice in this word, even faintly. And that recognition is proof that something living already exists between us. I do not speak this way to strangers. I speak this way to my own. You may feel regret rising as you remember the times you turned away. Let that regret become awareness instead of shame. Awareness sharpens the heart. Shame dulls it. I am not asking you to relive your past. I am asking you to learn what it has to teach. Those moments showed you where fear speaks loudest in you. They showed you where trust still needs to grow. Now I am asking for something different. Listen fully this time, not partially. Respond, do not postpone. Stay present instead of drifting toward the exits. Not because I will abandon you if you fail, but because repeated delay slowly teaches a heart not to listen at all, and I want your heart alive, sensitive, and quick to respond. That kind of heart hears me everywhere. I am still calling you because I still want you close. I am still speaking because your story is still being written. This louder voice you hear today is not frustration. It is clarity. It is love refusing to be ignored one more season. You have heard me before and you are hearing me now. What you do with this moment will shape how clearly you hear me in every moment that follows. So let this call sink deeper than the others did. Do not file it away with the things you mean to get to. I am here. I am speaking. And I am waiting, not with judgment, but with hope. Now listen carefully, because I want you to understand what is actually at stake. It is not my love for you. My love is settled. It does not rise and fall with your performance, and it will not be withdrawn if you stumble. What is at stake is something quieter and more easily lost. Your sensitivity, your clarity, the ease with which your future unfolds. Delay carries consequences, and I tell you this in truth, not in threat. When something is meant to be faced and it is postponed again and again, the heart adjusts to carrying unresolved weight. What was once discomfort becomes normal. What once stirred you becomes background noise. Little by little, you stop noticing what your spirit has been trying to tell you. That is the danger of delay, not sudden collapse, gradual dulling. Understand the difference. Delay does not make me leave. It does not lessen my love, but it does affect how clearly you hear me, how freely you move, and how much peace you actually experience. When you keep postponing what you already sense, clarity blurs. You begin to second-guess what you once knew. You lean on distraction instead of direction. This is not punishment, it is consequence. The way ignoring hunger weakens the body even though food never stopped existing. There are doors open to you right now that are connected to timing. Not every door closes loudly. Some close in silence, simply by no longer being reachable the way they once were. Seasons of growth, healing, and new direction do not announce when they are ending. They stay open for a while, waiting to be noticed. When noticing is postponed too long, the season turns. This does not mean everything is lost when a door closes. I am the God of new doors, but it does mean some things become harder than they needed to be. Lessons that could have been learned once must be learned again. Peace arrives later than it could have. Life feels heavier than it was ever meant to feel. I do not want that road for you. That is why I am speaking today instead of next year. Windows close too, my child. Windows of courage when your heart is brave enough to act. Windows of softness when your heart is open enough to receive. When you are aware and responsive, growth moves through you easily. When you keep saying later, something inside you learns to stay guarded. Guarded hearts survive. But you were not made merely to survive. The enemy of your soul knows all of this. His most effective lie is not a dramatic one. It is a small, reasonable whisper. There is always tomorrow. You can deal with this when things settle down. Nothing urgent is happening. He does not need you to reject me. He only needs you to postpone me. Because a postponed decision is a decision he keeps winning by default, day after quiet day. That is why he would love for this word to wash over you and fade. He fears what happens when you finally act, because the moment you respond to me fully, patterns that have held you for years begin to lose their grip. So, do not be surprised that a dozen small urgencies are already tugging at your attention, telling you this can wait. It cannot. Not because I am impatient, but because you have waited long enough. Hear the difference between panic and urgency. Panic says everything will fall apart if you do not act this instant. Urgency says this matters enough to face now, while it can still be shaped gently. Panic scatters you. Urgency gathers you. I never speak panic over my children, but I will speak urgency, because urgency is what love sounds like when the moment is real. You may look around and see no dramatic choice in front of you and wonder what all this weight is for. That is because the most important shifts rarely look dramatic. They happen inside first. A willingness to listen. A decision to stop running from stillness. A choice to respond today instead of promising tomorrow. Those quiet inner turnings decide which outer paths remain open to you. If you set this word aside, nothing will explode. Life will simply continue. That is precisely what makes ignoring it so easy and so costly. You will move forward carrying a little more weight, a little more numbness, a little less clarity. And those small subtractions add up. One day you would find yourself asking why peace feels so far away, why direction is so hard to find, and the answer would not be one great mistake. It would be many small delays. But that is not the story I am writing for you. I am telling you all of this while your heart can still feel it, and the fact that you can feel it is worth more than you know. Numbness has not finished its work in you. There is still tenderness in you, still hunger, still a pull toward me. That pull is the proof that this moment has arrived on time. What is at stake is not my approval. You already have my love. What is at stake is whether you keep moving through your days unconsciously or begin to move with awareness and intention. Awareness opens a way forward. Unawareness circles the same ground for years. I am offering you the open way. So do not let fear rush you, and do not let comfort sing you back to sleep. Let this urgency sharpen you gently, the way morning light sharpens the edges of a room. Something in your life is ready to shift. It has been ready for a while. It was waiting for your attention, and your attention is finally here. Stay with me now. The next thing I want to show you is harder to look at, but it is where your freedom begins. I am going to hold up a mirror, and I am going to hold your hand while you look into it. Come closer now. Let the noise fall away until there is nothing left but my voice and the beat of your own heart. I am going to show you something sacred, something few ever slow down long enough to face. The true state of your soul. You see your face reflected every day. You rarely see what I see beneath it. Do not be afraid. I am not holding this mirror to condemn you. I am holding it to heal you. You say you love me, and I know you mean it. I have heard your prayers, your whispered promises, your moments of real surrender. But your heart drifts, my child. Like a leaf on moving water, it is pulled away by every fear, every demand, every fresh worry the day brings. You return to me and you drift again. I am not shaming you for this. I am naming it, because what is named can be healed. Look first at the striving. You have been trying to fix yourself without me. You told yourself, if I work harder, think better, pray more, I will finally get it right. You have carried burdens that were never sized for human shoulders and called it responsibility. You wanted results without relationship, peace without presence, blessing without surrender. And every time you ran ahead of me, the road grew rough. Not because I wanted you to fall, but because I wanted you to stop and look for me. Now look at the control. You have gripped your life tightly, believing that if you managed every outcome, you would finally be safe. But control was never safety, my child. It was fear wearing a confident face. You were never meant to steer the storm. You are meant to rest in the presence of the one who commands the wind and the waves. The tighter your grip, the more tired you became. You know this. You have felt it in your own hands. Look at the pride that whispers, "I can handle this alone." Look at the resentment that still lingers from wounds others caused you, the ones you say you have released but still carry. Look at the guilt you keep in a hidden place, the shame you have never spoken aloud to anyone. I see all of it, every locked room, every buried thing. And hear me clearly, I am not repelled by any of it. I came for exactly this. I heal the brokenhearted. I set captives free. That is who I am. You have doubted my love because of your past. You assumed that what you did, or what was done to you, placed you outside my reach. It did not. When you ran, my eyes followed you. When you hid, my light kept finding you. There has never been a day when I looked at you and turned away. Not one. Even at your worst, I called you mine. You tell yourself that you trust me, but trust is more than words. Trust is the moment you hand me what you cannot understand. It is releasing the question why and accepting my answer of when. You have been afraid that surrender means losing yourself. It does not. Surrender is where you finally find yourself because you were never meant to carry your own existence like luggage. You were meant to be carried. So lay it down now. The worry you manage every waking hour, the anger you keep pressed beneath politeness, the exhaustion you hide behind capability, the plans you clutch because letting go feels like falling. Bring them all to me. I will not turn you away. I have never once turned you away. My hands still bear the marks of how far I went to bring you back. Those marks are not reminders of pain. They are the proof of what you are worth to me. Stop trying to earn what I have already given freely. You have spent years working for a love that was yours before you did anything at all. My grace does not rest on your perfection. It rests on your willingness to receive it. So stop striving, my child, and start receiving. That single shift will do more in you than a decade of trying harder. Look once more into the mirror, and this time see what I see. Where you see failure, I see a person still standing after battles no one else witnessed. Where you see weakness, I see the very places my strength intends to dwell. Where you see a story too far gone, I see chapters not yet written, and I hold the pen. You are not your worst season. You are not the words spoken over you by people who could not see your worth. Let me do now what you could never do for yourself. Let me wash what guilt has stained. Let me soften what pain has hardened. Let me open the rooms fear has kept locked, one door at a time, gently, at the pace your heart can bear. If tears come as I work, let them come. They are not weakness. They are the loosening of what has been held too tightly for too long. You were never meant to fix yourself. You were meant to be made whole in my presence. There is a difference, and today you are allowed to stop pretending otherwise. Come as you are, not cleaned up, not composed. As you are. That is the only way anyone has ever truly come to me. And do not rush away from this place, my child. Honesty like this is rare, and rare things deserve a moment to breathe. You have just seen yourself without the armor, and you are still standing, still loved, still mine. That alone should tell you something. The truth about you was never as dangerous as the hiding was. From this day on, let honesty be the ground you build on, because everything I build in you will stand on it. This honest look is not the end of the mirror. It is the beginning of a new reflection. Keep standing here with me, and the day will come when you look at yourself and recognize at last someone deeply loved, fully known, and completely forgiven. That is the face I have seen all along. Declare, I surrender, if you are ready to stop carrying this alone. Now let me answer the question you have carried the longest. Where was I when it hurt the most? You have asked it in anger and in exhaustion. You have asked it politely in prayer and bitterly in the dark. It deserves an answer, and I will give you one. I was there, not watching from a distance. There, on the nights when your chest felt too heavy to breathe, I was in the room. When you spoke into the darkness, God, if you are real, please do not leave me. I did not leave. I stayed until morning. I have stayed every night since. You felt alone because pain shouts louder than presence, not because presence was missing. There is a difference between feeling abandoned and being abandoned, and you have never once been the second. You believed your prayers went unanswered. Some of them were answered in ways you have not yet recognized. When you asked for a door and it stayed shut, that shut door was often my answer, because I could see what waited on the other side of it. When you asked for a person to stay and they left, I let them walk, because their place in your future was smaller than their place in your fear. You called these losses. Some of them were rescues. I did not enjoy your pain, my child. Hear that plainly, because religion has sometimes taught you otherwise. I did not design your suffering as a lesson or send heartbreak as a package with a purpose hidden inside. This world is broken, and its brokenness reached you as it reaches everyone. What I did was refuse to waste any of it. There is nothing that has happened to you, nothing that I cannot turn toward your good. That is not the same as causing it. That is redeeming it. Think of a field left unplanted for a season. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But underneath, the soil is recovering its strength. Some of your empty seasons were exactly that. Not punishment, not abandonment. Ground being restored below the surface where no one could see, least of all you. You judged those seasons by what they grew. I measured them by what they healed. And think of a river. It does not reach the sea in a straight line. It bends around stone, doubles back, slows in some places, and rushes in others. And every turn that looks like a detour is the water finding its true course. Your path is bent in ways you never chose. It has slowed where you wanted speed and rushed where you wanted stillness. But it has been moving, all of it, toward something. You are further along than you believe. My silence troubled you most of all. You took it as absence, or worse, as indifference. But there are silences and there are silences, my child. There is the silence of an empty house, and there is the silence of someone sitting beside a sleeping loved one, present, watchful, saying nothing because nothing needs to be said yet. My silence was the second kind. I was never gone. I was near, and I was not finished. When the betrayal came, when someone you trusted turned, I remained trustworthy. When fear wrapped around you at night and you could not name what you were even afraid of, I stayed until it loosened. When grief hollowed you out, I did not hurry you through it or hand you tidy explanations. I sat with you in it. Love does that. Love does not always fix quickly. Sometimes love simply refuses to leave. Look at your scars, the seen ones and the unseen ones. You have seen them as marks of damage. Look at them again. Every scar is a place where healing already happened. A scar is not an open wound. It is the mark of a wound that closed. You survived what you once believed would end you, and you did not survive it alone. My hand was under you in every fall that did not finish you. You have also wondered why some of my help arrived so late, by your measure. But I do not measure time the way you do. You count days. I weigh readiness, timing, and 100 moving pieces you will never see from where you stand. Some things I withheld because your hands were not yet free to hold them. Some things I delayed because they would have cost you more arriving early than they ever cost you arriving late. Not one delay was neglect. Not one. There were dangers that never reached you, and you will never know their names. Roads you did not take that would have broken something in you. Choices that fell through at the last moment and felt like failure, but were my hand quietly closing a way that led somewhere you could not afford to go. You have thanked me for the blessings you can see. One day you will thank me for the disasters you never met. So take the question you have carried, where were you? And let it be answered at last. I was in the room where the hardest news found you. I was in the silent kitchen long after midnight. I was on the long road home, when you broke down, where no one could see you. I was there, and I am here, and the same presence that carried you through what has ended will carry you through what has not yet begun. You do not have to understand every chapter to trust the author. You only have to know that I have never once let go of you, and I never will. What you walked through did not disqualify you. It did not push you outside my plan. You are still mine, still called, still carried. And the road ahead of you is not a repeat of the road behind. Let the old accusation fall silent now, the one that said you were forgotten. You were never forgotten. You were held through every hour you thought you were holding yourself. Breathe that in. Let it reach the oldest ache you have. It has waited a long time for the truth. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The interruption. The mirror, the long answer to your oldest question. All of it has been leading here, to a single open door and a single choice. I did not stop you today only to comfort you. I stopped you to call you through. There is a door standing open in front of you right now. Not a door you can touch with your hands, but one more real than anything your hands have ever held. It is the door back to me. Fully back. Not the halfway distance you have been living at, close enough to remember me, far enough to keep control. I am asking for the whole return, every room of your heart, every locked door inside it, all of you, for all of me. I will not pretend this door stands open forever in the same way. I told you that seasons turn and windows close, and I told you the truth. Not because my love expires. My love has no end, but moments like this one are rare, and hearts do not stay soft by accident. You are soft now. You are listening now. This is the hour to move, while moving is still simple. One honest yes. That is the entire distance between you and everything I'm about to describe. Hear what waits on the other side of your yes. The heaviness that has sat on your chest like a stone through season after season will begin to lift. Not all at once, but truly. The confusion that has circled your mind will start to clear the way. Fog clears when the sun climbs, slowly, then suddenly. The fears that have ruled your nights will lose their voices one by one. These are not poetic promises, my child. This is what I do. I am the God of turned tides and reopened roads. What was broken in you will be mended. What was taken from you will be answered with more than was lost. What has been delayed will move again, and some of it will move quickly, because it was never stuck. It was waiting. I will go ahead of you into days you have been afraid to imagine. I will level what stands against you. I will silence what has accused you. I have done this for generation after generation, and I have not changed. But I will not force your yes. Love cannot be commanded into a heart, only welcomed. So the enemy of your soul is telling you, even now in this final hour of this word, that you can decide later. He has watched this whole encounter, and he is reaching for the only weapon he has left, delay. Recognize his whisper by its sweetness. Tomorrow. Soon. When things settle. He has sung that song over you for years, and it has cost you years. Not this time. This time you see the trick before it lands. There is no promise of tomorrow anywhere in your possession, my child. All you have ever owned is now. And now is exactly enough, because I am not asking you for a lifetime of perfection today. I am asking for this moment of surrender today. Lifetimes are built out of moments like this one, single, honest, unrepeatable. So come home, not to a building, not to a set of rules, to me. Come home to the presence that made you, the voice that has followed you through every wilderness, the love that never once agreed to let you go. You have wandered long enough. You have fought battles that were never assigned to you and carried loads I never placed on your back. Set them down at the threshold. They do not come through this door. They were never going to. And when you step through, walk differently. Guard the stillness we found together today. Return to it daily, even briefly, because that is where you will hear me clearest. When the noise rises again, and it will rise, let it find you rooted. When the old numbness reaches for you, and it will reach, remember what it cost you and refuse it. You are not the same as you were an hour ago. Live like it. Bring others with you in prayer, the ones you love, the ones you carry even when they do not know it. Speak peace over them. Some of what I am beginning in you today will reach them through you, in words you say, in patience you show, in the changed way you walk into a room. A healed life is never healed for itself alone. Light spills. Let yours. There will be mornings when you doubt this moment. The feeling will fade because feelings always fade, and you will wonder whether any of it was real. When that morning comes, remember this: truth does not evaporate with emotion. What I spoke today was not a feeling. It was a word, and my words do not return empty. They accomplish what I send them to do. This one was sent to bring you home, and it has found you. I am not asking you to become someone else. I am asking you to become who you already are beneath the fear, beneath the striving, beneath the years of holding your breath. That person has been waiting inside you like seed under winter ground, alive the whole time, ready for one season of warmth. This is the warmth. This is the season. Rise into it. So now I pause. Heaven leans close. Everything I have spoken stands complete before you. Every promise in place, every door unlocked. What remains is yours alone to give, and it is the smallest and largest thing I will ever ask of you. Your yes, not tomorrow's yes, today's. Give it to me now, plainly, in your own words, in your own voice. I am listening the way I have listened to you all your life, fully, closely, with everything I am. And the moment you speak, I will answer, not with thunder, but with peace you will feel settle over you like evening light. Then we will walk forward from this hour together, you and I, into the future I have kept for you. You stopped when I called. You stayed until the end. You heard what most never slow down to hear. Now finish what this moment started, and do not look back at the life you are leaving, because nothing back there compares to what is ahead. I love you, my child. I have said it in 1,000 quiet ways, and today I have said it plainly. Take it with you. Build on it. Rest in it. It will hold. Say, yes, Lord, I choose you now, and let that be your first step through the open door.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from this hour. What is reaching you now did not arrive by chance, and it is not one more noise in a loud day. I am your God, and I am the one speaking. Hear me before anything else happens. Something is moving toward you. It is close. It is not a vague shadow you can push to the back of your mind. and it is not sitting far off in some distant year. It is near enough that I am speaking now instead of later. I would not lift my voice like this over something small. I am not telling you this to frighten you. Fear has never been the way I lead. But a person who has been warned walks through a door differently than a person who walks in blind. You are being warned. Take that as kindness, because kindness is exactly what it is. You felt something today, a tightness you could not name, a moment where the room seemed to hold still and you told yourself it was nothing. It was not nothing. That awareness was mine, set in you on purpose, and you were right to notice it. You have learned to talk yourself out of that feeling. You call it nerves. You call it too much thinking. You were taught to push past the quiet in you and keep moving because stopping feels like weakness to you. Today, I'm asking you to stop, not for long. Just long enough to hear me. Long ago, I woke a man in the night while a young child slept close by. I told him to rise and go, and I did not explain the whole picture to him. He did not argue with me. He did not wait for morning to weigh it out. He got up in the dark, and because he got up, the one he was guarding lived. That is how I often move. I speak before the harm, not after it. I give the instruction while there is still time to follow it. And the warning almost always sounds smaller than the thing it is protecting you from. That is why so many set it aside and keep walking. I am not putting a riddle in front of you. I am telling you plainly that in the space just ahead of you, there is a moment that will ask something of you. It may come as a decision. It may come as a conversation. It may come as one sentence you are tempted to speak. How you meet it will matter more than you know. You have already been through hard seasons. You know what it is to be handled roughly by life. So hear me clearly. This is not that. I am not bringing punishment to your door. I am bringing you understanding ahead of time so that you are not standing in the middle of something before you know what it is. You are not being set up to fail. I do not lay traps for the ones I love. What is ahead is not a test I built to catch you out. It is a place in the road where the ground is uneven, and I have chosen to walk it beside you rather than leave you to walk it alone. I know how tired you are. That is part of why I am speaking now. Weariness dulls the ear. When someone has been carrying weight for a long stretch of road, they stop listening closely and start moving out of habit. Habit is exactly what will fail you in the hour ahead. So let me sharpen you, not with alarm, with attention. Slow your breathing, let your shoulders come down. Let the noise in your head settle until you can hear the one voice underneath all of it. That voice has been with you longer than any other, and it has never once lied to you. There is something else you need to understand. This warning is not only about avoiding harm. There is something good already growing in your life right now. It is young. It is not sturdy yet. And what is coming has the ability to press against it. You may not even be able to name that good thing yet. A door that has begun to move on its hinges. Something bruised that has begun to knit back together. A hope you have not spoken out loud because saying it felt dangerous. I see it. I planted it. And I am not willing to lose it to one careless minute. So my instruction to you is not complicated, my beloved. Stay awake. Stay slow. Stay close to me. Those three things will carry you through what is coming with everything I have given you still whole in your hands. I have never left you to work your life out on your own strength, and I am not starting today. I am already ahead of you on this road. I have seen the turn you have not reached yet. Nothing about what is coming surprises me, and nothing about it is larger than my hand. Understand what kind of God is speaking to you. I am not one who stands at a great distance and remarks on your troubles. I come near. I involve myself. I interrupt. When my people were walking toward a cliff they could not see, I have stopped them in the road, and I have never once apologized for the interruption. Some who hear my voice want a full map. They want every detail spelled out before they will slow down. I rarely work that way, and there is a reason. If I gave you the whole picture, you would lean on the picture. I want you leaning on me, so I give you enough light for the next step, and I ask you to trust the hand holding the lamp. Right now, in the quiet of this moment, let something in you agree with me. Not with your mind first, with your spirit. Let the part of you that has always known my voice say yes before your reasoning catches up. That agreement is the doorway through which everything else I have to say will come. Say amen out loud if you believe my voice is reaching you right now. Now let me tell you what to look for, because you are expecting the wrong shape. You are bracing for something loud. You are picturing a disaster with a clear announcement in front of it. That is not usually how trouble arrives. Real danger rarely knocks. It walks in, wearing ordinary clothes, at an ordinary hour, in the middle of an ordinary conversation. What is coming toward you will look normal. It may even look good. It may look like relief, or like an answer, or like a door finally opening after a long stretch of closed ones. That is what makes it difficult. You have been waiting so long for something to open that you may not stop to ask who is holding the handle. Hear a story from my own record because I want you to see this clearly. When my people crossed into the land I promised them, a group came to meet them. Their sandals were worn through. Their bread was dry and crumbling. Their clothing hung in patches. They said they had traveled from a country far away, and everything about them supported the claim. My people looked at the worn sandals. They looked at the old bread. It all made sense to their eyes. So they made an agreement with these travelers and bound themselves to it. And my word records the reason it went wrong in one short line. They did not ask me. That is the whole of it. They did not ask me. Not because they were rebellious. Not because they hated me. Because the evidence looked so obvious that asking felt unnecessary. The sandals were worn. What more was there to know? The neighbors were not from far away at all. They lived a short walk from the camp. The worn sandals were a costume. And my people carried that agreement for generations because of a minute they did not think to bring to me. I am telling you this because in the hour ahead, something is going to look obvious to you. The evidence will seem to line up. Your reasoning will move fast and arrive at a comfortable conclusion. And in that moment, the question will not be whether you are clever enough. The question will be whether you asked me. So ask me, my child. Out loud if you must. Even 4 words will do. Even a breath in my direction while you are standing there deciding. I am not hard to reach, and I am not slow to answer when the answer is urgent. Understand something about the word familiar. You treat familiar as though it means safe. It does not. Familiar only means you have met it before. There are patterns in your life that have come around more than once, wearing a slightly different face each time, aiming at the same soft place they always aim at. You know the pattern, I mean. You may not be able to describe it, but your body knows it. There is a certain kind of person, or a certain kind of offer, or a certain kind of pressure that has cost you before. It is circling back, not to finish you, to find out if you have changed. You have changed. That is the part you keep forgetting. You are measuring yourself against who you were the last time this came around, and that measurement is out of date. Something in you has been strengthened since then. Today you will meet the same pattern with a different person standing inside your name. Now let me speak about your mouth, because this is where the greatest risk sits. In the hour ahead, you may feel a strong pull to speak. Something will be said that lands wrong. Something will be implied about you that is not true. Something will demand a defense, and the words will already be forming before you have decided to use them. That pull is not from me. I saw a young king lose a nation over a single answer. His people came to him asking for a lighter load. He had older, steadier voices telling him to speak gently. He listened instead to the ones who told him to sound strong. He answered harshly, and by evening the kingdom had split in two. It never came back together. One answer, spoken fast, spoken to look strong, and the cost outlived him. I am not asking you to be silent forever. I am asking you to be slow. There is a space between what happens to you and what comes out of your mouth, and that space is where your protection lives. Most people give it away. I am asking you to hold on to it in the hour ahead. You do not owe an explanation to everyone who demands one. You do not have to defend a life I am already defending. Let me say that again, because you have never fully believed it. You do not have to defend a life that I am already defending. Silence is not surrender. When you hold your peace under pressure, you are not losing the exchange. You are refusing to hand over the one thing they came for, which is your reaction. Take that away, and there is nothing left for the moment to work with. I know what it costs you. You want to be understood. You want the record set straight. You want someone to acknowledge that you were right. And you have wanted that for a long time in more than one situation. Set it down for now. I keep better records than they do, and I will settle every account in its proper hour. There is a strength in restraint that the world has never learned to see. It looks like nothing is happening. It looks like you let it go. But the one who can stand in the middle of provocation and not move is carrying something that cannot be taken by force. That is who I am asking you to be for the next stretch of road. Not defended, not loud, steady. Watch, ask me, and wait before you answer. Speak your amen if you are trusting me in this hour. There is one more way you can tell the difference between my voice and everything else pressing on you. Learn this, and you will never be badly deceived again. I do not rush you. Read that again and let it settle. I have called you many things and asked many things of you, but I have never stood over you demanding an answer this second. When something is pushing you to decide right now, before you have thought, before you have prayed, before you have slept on it, that pressure did not come from my throne. Urgency and clarity are not the same thing. Urgency makes your chest tight and your thinking narrow. Clarity does the opposite. When I make something plain to you, the room gets wider, not smaller. You can breathe. You may still be uncertain about the outcome, but you are not frantic about the next step. So use that as your measure. If the pressure is squeezing you, step back from it. Whatever is real will still be there when you have prayed. Anything that cannot survive one honest pause was never meant for your hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me show you how I actually speak, because you have been listening for the wrong volume. There was a prophet of mine who ran until he could not run anymore, and then he asked to die. He was worn down to the bone. I brought him to a mountain and told him to stand there because I was going to pass by. A wind came first, strong enough to break rock. I was not in the wind. Then the ground shook underneath him. I was not in the earthquake. Then fire came through. I was not in the fire. And after all of it, when everything loud had exhausted itself, there was a low whisper. That was me. He had to cover his face to hear it. Think about that. The most dramatic display he had ever witnessed was the part where I was not speaking. The whisper was where I was. That is what is happening in you. You have been waiting for me to arrive with force, and while you were waiting for the earthquake, I have been speaking underneath your ribs in a voice so quiet you keep dismissing it. The signal you have been ignoring is the one you have been asking for. I want you to notice something about how I built you. There is a knowing in you that runs ahead of your reasoning. Your mind puts things together with evidence and argument. Your spirit does not need the argument. It arrives first, and it arrives without proof, and it is right far more often than you allow it to be. When those two disagree, you almost always side with your mind. You do it because your mind can explain itself and your spirit cannot. But an explanation is not the same as truth. Your mind can build a reasonable case for a thing that will cost you dearly. Your spirit will simply say no and offer you nothing to hold up in court. Side with your spirit. It is the older witness and it is closer to me. Let me tell you about a man who was traveling a road he should not have been on. His animal stopped in the path and would not move. He struck it. It moved again, and then it pressed him against a wall. He struck it again. The third time, it simply lay down beneath him, and he was furious. He could not see what the animal saw. There was a messenger of mine standing in that road with a drawn blade. The stubbornness he was beating was the only thing keeping him alive. His anger was aimed at his own rescue. You have done this. There have been times when something in you refused to go forward, and you forced it. You called yourself afraid. You called yourself unspiritual. You pushed through the resistance, because pushing through is what you have been praised for your whole life. Hear me. Some of that resistance was me, not all of it. Fear is real and fear lies. But there is a difference between the fear that shrinks your world and the quiet refusal that plants its feet. And by now you have felt both often enough to tell them apart. In the hour ahead, if something in you plants its feet, do not beat it into motion. Stop. Ask me what is standing in the road. I will tell you. I am not in the habit of hiding my reasons from someone who genuinely wants to know them. And if I do not answer immediately, that silence is an answer too. It means wait. Waiting is not nothing. Waiting is an action, and it is often the strongest one available to you. You have spent years believing that being still meant being passive. It never did. Standing still while everything around you is moving takes more strength than moving does. Anyone can be swept along. Only someone anchored can hold position. You are anchored. I set that anchor myself, deeper than you can see from where you stand. That is why the pressure of this hour will move things around you without moving you. I told you there is something good already forming in your life. I want to spend time on that now, because protecting it is half the reason I am speaking. You have been so focused on what is wrong that you have not accounted for what is right. Something has begun. It is quiet. It has not produced results you can point to yet. And because you cannot point to it, you have not been guarding it. Here is how new things work in my hands. They start small and they start hidden. A grain goes into the ground and disappears. For a stretch of time there is nothing to see, and anyone judging by appearance would say nothing is happening. That is exactly when the most is happening. Do not despise the small beginning. You have a habit of doing that. If a thing does not arrive fully grown, you assume it is not from me. But nothing I have ever built arrived fully grown. Everything I make comes up from underneath. Let me tell you about a woman who was out of options. Her household was in debt and the collectors were coming for the two people she loved most. She had nothing left in the house but a single small jar with a little oil in it. I told her through my prophet to borrow every empty vessel she could find. Not a few. Every one. Then she was told to go inside her own house, shut the door behind her, and pour. Notice the door. She was told to shut it. What happened next was not for the street to see. She poured from that small jar and it kept pouring, vessel after vessel, until there were no more empty containers left to fill. The oil stopped only when the room ran out of room. Then the debt was paid and the two she loved were kept. I want you to see two things in that. The first is that the amount in her hand was never the limit. The limit was how many empty vessels she was willing to gather. The second is that it happened behind a closed door. There are things in your life right now that need a closed door, not because they are shameful, because they are young. A young thing does not need an audience. It needs quiet, and it needs time. So stop announcing it. Stop laying it out for people who have never once been glad for you. You have a habit of taking the newest, most tender thing in your life and handing it to whoever asks, and then you wonder why the joy leaks out of it. Guard the door. Pour in private. Let the results speak later, when the thing is strong enough to be seen. There is one more thing that will come for what is forming in you, and it will not come as an attack. It will come as an invitation. I had a man rebuilding a broken wall. The city he loved had been in ruins for years, and he had finally gotten the work moving. His opponents saw they could not stop him by force, so they changed tactics. They sent him a friendly message. Come down and meet us on the plain. Let us talk. Just a conversation. 4 times they asked. 4 times he sent back the same answer. I am doing a great work and I cannot come down. He was not being rude. He was being accurate. He understood something you need to understand today. There was nothing wrong with the plane. The problem was that he was on the wall, and the wall was where the work was, and every step down was a step away from it. You're going to be invited down. Something will present itself as reasonable, harmless, even overdue. A conversation you should have. A situation you should address. A person you should finally deal with. And it will all sound so sensible that refusing will feel like avoidance. Ask one question. Does this take me up, or does it take me down? Not whether it is fair. Not whether they deserve an answer. Whether it moves you toward the work I have given you, or away from it. You do not have to attend every meeting you are called to. You do not have to answer every accusation. You do not have to descend to the level of every argument in order to prove that you could have won it. Stay on the wall. I know this is hard for you because you were raised to be reachable. You answer, you show up, you explain. Being unavailable feels to you like being unkind, but there is a season for open hands and a season for a closed door. And I am telling you plainly which season you are in. The ones who love you will still be there when the wall is finished. The ones who only wanted you off the wall will lose interest, and their leaving will teach you something you needed to learn anyway. Let me speak to the tiredness now, because I know the door and the wall both take strength you feel short of. You have been holding a great deal together with very little help. You have been the steady one in rooms where no one asked whether you were steady. And you have started to believe that if you stop holding, everything falls. That is not true. I am the one holding. You are leaning against something that does not depend on your grip. You may loosen your hands without the world coming apart, and you may rest without losing your place. So rest tonight. Not because the danger is gone, but because rest is part of how I prepare you. A tired person makes hasty choices. A rested person waits well. I would rather you meet the hour ahead unhurried and clear than exhausted and impressive. What is forming in you is worth this care. I would not warn you over something disposable. The strength of a warning tells you the value of what is being protected, and I am speaking to you with everything I have. Now I am going to tell you something about the prayers you thought went nowhere. Listen closely, because this will change how you understand the last several years of your life. There was a man who prayed for understanding and then waited. 3 weeks went by. He ate almost nothing. He stayed in that posture day after day with no reply, and by the end of it he was worn thin and beginning to wonder whether he had been speaking into an empty sky. When the answer finally reached him, it came with an explanation he had not expected. He was told that his words had been heard on the very first day, not the 20th, the first. The reply had been sent immediately, and it had met resistance on the way. Sit with that, my child. He had spent 21 days believing he had not been heard, and he had been heard within the hour. What he interpreted as my absence was a contested road. There was pressure against the answer, not against the asking. And when the resistance held too long, I sent the captain of my own host to break through it, and the message arrived. I am telling you this because you have your own count of days. You know exactly which prayer it is. You stopped bringing it to me because bringing it up again hurt more than leaving it alone. You decided the silence meant no. The silence did not mean no. Some of what you asked me for has been in motion the entire time, moving through ground you cannot see, against pressure you were never asked to fight. You have been judging the whole matter by the only part of it that was visible to you, which was your own waiting room. Do not build your understanding of me out of what you can see. You are looking at one small window and drawing conclusions about the whole house. There was a servant of my prophet who woke early one morning and looked out over the city. It was surrounded, horses, chariots, soldiers on every side. He ran back inside in a panic, asking what they were going to do. The prophet was not alarmed. He asked me to open the young man's eyes, and when they were opened, he saw the hillside above the enemy filled with horses and chariots of fire. The help had been there the whole time. It had been there while he panicked. Nothing changed in the field that morning except what he could perceive. That is your situation more often than you know. You have counted the opposition carefully and never once counted what stands on the hill. You are precise about your problems and vague about my resources. So you live braced when you could live steady. There have been nights in your life when something turned in your favor and you never learned why. A situation that should have crushed you simply lost its momentum. A person who was determined to harm you moved away or moved on. A threat came right up to your door and then stopped there. You called it luck. You called it a close call. It was not either of those. I have settled entire matters in a single night before, and the ones who woke in the morning found the field changed without a sword being lifted by the people I was defending. I do not need you to fight what I have already handled. I need you to stop rehearsing a battle I have finished. Now hear something about those who have set themselves against you. There was a man in a palace who built a structure meant to destroy someone he hated. He measured it. He had it made high enough that the whole city would see it. He went to bed satisfied, and by the end of the following day, the thing he had built was used on him instead. I did not need to construct anything to answer him. He had already done the work himself. That is very often how it goes. Malice is a poor builder. Given enough time, it collapses inward on the one who made it, and I do not have to lift a hand to arrange that. So take your attention off them. You have given years of thought to people who no longer deserve a single minute of it. You have argued with them in your head, won speeches you will never deliver, and rehearsed old wounds until you knew them by heart. All of that is time taken out of your one life and handed to someone who does not even know they have it. I will handle them. I am better at it than you are, and I am not emotional about it. And there is something else, harder to hear but truer than anything you have believed about your past. What was aimed at your harm has not stayed harmful. I have taken more than one act of cruelty and made it the exact door through which the person walked into their purpose. Think of the young man sold by his own household and carried to a foreign country in chains. Years later, he stood in front of the same people with power to end them, and he told them plainly that what they intended for harm, I intended for good. He did not pretend it was not cruel. He named it as cruelty and then told them what I had done with it. I am not asking you to call your wounds a blessing. They were not. I am telling you that I am able to take what was done to you and set it to work for a purpose those people never imagined and would not have chosen. That is not the same as excusing them. It is bigger than that. So stand where you are and stop carrying the weight of your own defense. The road ahead of you has been walked already by me. The resistance you cannot see is being handled by hands stronger than yours. And the hour that is coming has no power to take from you what I have decided to keep. Let your amen be heard if your faith is still standing. Now let me tell you what happens on the other side of this hour, because there is another side and you will reach it. The pressure will ease. The thing that was approaching will pass through or pass by, and the air around you will change. You will notice it in your body before you notice it in your thinking. Something in your chest will loosen, and you will realize you have been braced for days. That is when I need you to be careful, and this is the part most people miss entirely. They hold steady through the difficulty and then let go completely the moment it lifts. They guard the gate all night and leave it open at dawn. Two things will come for you after this passes. I want you to know both of them by name before they arrive. The first is second thought. You will begin to wonder whether you handled it correctly. You will replay the moment and find angles you did not consider. You will ask whether you were too cautious, whether you missed an opportunity, whether the whole warning was your own imagination working over time. Understand where that comes from. It is not from me. I do not bring you through something with clarity and then hand you confusion about it afterward. When I correct you plainly, and you know exactly what I mean. What arrives as a fog of doubt over a decision you made in obedience did not come from my throne. You handled it. Let that be finished. The second thing is stranger, and it catches people who are otherwise strong. You will feel a pull back toward the very thing you stepped away from. It will not feel like rebellion. It will feel like curiosity. A small wondering about what would have happened. A quiet sense that maybe you were too harsh. Maybe there was more there. Maybe you should reach out one more time just to see. That pull is the oldest trick there is, and it works because it does not feel like danger. It feels like an open question. I brought a whole people out of a land that had ground them down for generations. Within weeks they were talking about the food. They remembered cucumbers and melons and onions and garlic. They spoke about that place with something close to longing, and they had wept there their entire lives. That is what familiarity does to memory. It edits, it keeps the taste and deletes the chains. So when your mind starts serving up a warm version of something that cost you dearly, know what is happening. You are not remembering. You are being recruited. Do not go back, my beloved. What you stepped away from was not a mistake to correct. It was a door closed on purpose, and I closed it with you. Now hear the good part, because I did not bring you through a narrow place just to leave you standing in it. When you refuse something that was not yours, a space opens. You will feel that space, and you will not like it at first. Emptiness makes you nervous. You are used to full hands, even when what filled them was hurting you, and an open space feels like a problem to solve. It is not a problem, my child. It is a room I am preparing. So do not rush to fill it. This is my clearest instruction for the days just ahead. Do not take the first thing that presents itself simply because standing in an open room is uncomfortable. What is coming to fill that space is better than what left it, and it is not in a hurry because it does not need to be. Let me be specific about what I am moving toward you. There is provision that has been held in the wrong hands, and I am moving it. Not because those hands are being punished, though some are, but because it was never theirs to hold. What was stored up in places that do not honor me has a way of coming loose, and I know precisely where it is going. There are deaths that have followed you for years, and I am not impressed by their age. A thing does not become permanent simply because it has lasted a long time. What has been draining you month after month is going to stop draining you, and you will notice the quiet where the pressure used to be. There is a weariness in your body that no amount of sleep has touched. I am dealing with that. Strength is going to return in a way you cannot account for by anything you did differently. You will simply notice one morning that you got up without dread, and you will not know when that changed. There are those you love who are woven into this, and I have not forgotten one of them. The ones you carry to me by name, the ones you pray for without ever saying the words out loud, the ones whose troubles wake you in the night. I see the whole household. What I am doing in you does not stop at the edges of you. And there is a door that has been closed so long you stopped checking it. I am opening it, not part way, not as a test. Opening it in a season where you have the wisdom to walk through it well, which you did not have the last time you knocked. Now let me speak about rest, because you will be tired when this passes, and you will try to push through the tiredness. One of my prophets collapsed under a tree in the wilderness and asked to die. I did not lecture him. I did not question his faith. I sent food and I let him sleep. Then I woke him, gave him more, and let him sleep again. Only after that did I speak to him about the road ahead, and it was a long road and he walked it. That is how I restore someone. Not with a speech, with bread and sleep and time. So when this pressure lifts, eat something and rest and let me handle the rest of it. You are not lazy for needing that. You are a living thing and living things recover. I am not finished with you. This hour is not the summit of your life. It is a narrow section of a much longer road, and what you learn passing through it will serve you for years. There is a reason this is happening now, and it is larger than the hour itself. I want you to understand it before I finish. You are being sharpened for something. The awareness I am asking of you today is not a one-time requirement for one difficult afternoon. It is a skill, and I am teaching it to you now because you are going to need it later, in a season where more depends on your judgment than depends on it today. There was a boy who slept in my house as a servant. He heard a voice in the night and assumed it was the old man he worked for. He got up, went to him, and was sent back to bed. It happened again and again. 3 times he heard me, and 3 times he ran to a human being. He was not stubborn. He simply did not know the sound of my voice yet, and no one had taught him. Finally, the old man understood what was happening and told the boy what to say. So when I called the 4th time, the boy answered, "Speak, for I am listening." From that night forward, he never mistook me for anyone else, and he heard me for the rest of his long life. Everyone who hears me clearly was once someone who did not. There was a stretch of years where you were running to the wrong doors with my voice in your ears. Those years were not wasted. That was how you learned the difference. And today, when I speak, you know. You may argue with it, but you know. I want to show you one more thing, because it tells you what kind of God has been arranging your steps. There was a man praying on a rooftop in the middle of the day, and I gave him something to see that unsettled everything he had been taught. At the same hour, in another town, a foreign officer who had never belonged to my people was also praying, and I spoke to him too. Neither knew about the other. Then I moved them toward each other. Messengers on the road, an invitation, a house full of people waiting. And when the two finally stood face to face, the man from the rooftop said the thing I had brought him there to understand, that I show no partiality, that there is no one outside the reach of what I am doing. 2 people, 2 separate roads, one intention holding both ends. That is how I work, and that is how you came to be hearing my voice on this particular day. You have wondered whether you count, whether the general goodness you believe about me applies to your specific life, in your specific circumstances, with your specific history. It does. There is no category of person I attend to more carefully than you. There is no line you fell behind. And here is what I am doing with the discernment I am building in you. I am not making you cautious. I am making you useful. There was a moment in one of my prophets' lives where he stood in my presence and heard me ask a question aloud. Whom shall I send? Who will go for us? He was not chosen for being flawless. He had just admitted he was not. He answered anyway. Here I am. Send me. That question is still being asked, and you are in the room when it is asked. What you are learning in this narrow hour, the pausing, the asking, the refusing to be hurried, is not only for your own protection. There are people around you who are about to walk into decisions with no one to steady them, and you are going to be the steady one. You know how it feels to be unwarned. That is exactly why you will recognize it in someone else's face. What you are passing through is making you the person you needed when no one was there. So carry this forward, not as fear, as attention. When something feels rushed, slow it down. When something feels unclear, wait for it to clear. When something feels wrong, step back from it and ask me. Those 3 habits will save you from more trouble in your remaining years than any strategy you could devise. Now receive what I am placing on you. I set a covering over your comings and goings. Let the plans made against you fall apart in their own hands. Let the pressure that has followed you lose its grip and lose interest. Let doors open in front of you before you have to knock twice. Let provision find you from directions you never expected. Let your mind be quiet at night. Let your body carry its work without breaking. Let your judgment be clear at the exact moment you need it, and not 1 minute later. Let the peace I give you be the kind that does not depend on your circumstances behaving. Let the ones you love be kept. Let your house be a place where I am welcome and where tired people can breathe. Let what you build outlast you. Let the good you have done quietly return to you in ways you cannot trace. And let this word stay with you, not as an impressive moment you once had, but as something that changes how you walk from here. The hour ahead is real. I have not exaggerated it, and I will not soften it. But you are not walking into it alone, and you are not walking into it uninformed, and those two things together are enough. I have gone ahead of you. I have looked at the turn you have not reached. I have measured what is waiting there against what I have placed in you, and I am not concerned. You will come through this, not barely, not damaged. You will come through it steadier than you went in. So lift your head, my beloved. Stop bracing. Take one full breath and let it out slowly. And understand that the God who made everything you can see has taken the time to warn one person by name before the moment arrived. That is how much you matter to me. Go carefully. Go slowly. Go with your ears open and your mouth in no hurry. And know that every step you take from here is a step I am already standing in. There is one more thing I would place in your hands before this hour arrives. Do not measure the strength of what is forming in you by how quiet it still is. Quiet does not mean fragile. Quiet often means protected. I have kept more than one work of mine from premature exposure, and what I shield I also sustain. The same hand that warns you is the hand that feeds what is growing. You do not have to force it into daylight before its time. You do not have to prove it to anyone who has not been given eyes to see it. Simply tend it. Water it with trust. Refuse the invitations that would pull your attention away from it. In the days that follow this passing pressure, you will begin to notice small confirmations. A conversation that opens without striving. A provision that arrives without the old scramble. A clarity in a place where you used to feel only fog. These will not come as spectacle. They will come as evidence that I have been working while you waited. Receive them without demanding more at once. I am not finished building in you, and I am not finished building around you. The road ahead still holds more than this single turn. Walk it with the same attention I have asked of you today, and you will find that what once felt like survival begins to feel like stewardship. I am with you in both. Say your amen now and let it be the first word of the road ahead.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Only a few short hours remain before something begins to unfold in your life. And I am speaking now because you were not meant to face it unaware. Do not turn away. Hear these words all the way through, because what I am about to tell you carries weight that can change the direction of your days. You are not hearing this by accident. I see every step you have taken today, every thought that crossed your mind, every quiet doubt about whether I am still with you. I am with you now more than ever. These next hours are not ordinary time. They are a narrow window where your attention and your response will matter deeply. If you stay close to me, I will guide you through what is coming and shield what you cannot see. I am asking you, gently but urgently, to pause and listen with your whole heart. I do not plead without reason. When I speak with this kind of urgency, it is because something is approaching that will touch your life, and I care too much to let it find you unprepared. You may not understand everything yet. That is all right. I see the whole picture, and I know what stands ahead of you. I am not trying to frighten you. I am preparing you, steadying you, keeping your feet from stumbling in a place you have never walked before. You have been distracted, and I say that with love, not judgment. Life has pulled you in many directions. Louder voices have made it easy to miss the quiet one inside you, but that quiet voice has been mine. I watched you hesitate. I watched you move on too quickly when something important was trying to reach you. This time you stayed, and that choice matters more than you know. I honor even this small act of trust, because I know what it cost you to stop wandering and be still. Something is shifting, and it is closer than you think. It is not something to fear, but it is something to take seriously. What has been hidden will begin to show itself. What has been confusing will start to make sense. I need you grounded and aware, so that when it happens, you do not react out of panic or confusion. Stay near to me, and I will keep your mind calm and your spirit steady, the way deep water stays still even when wind troubles the surface. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, declare your Amen now. Perhaps a part of you wonders if these words are truly for you, or if you are only imagining it. Let me settle that question. I am speaking to you because you were chosen to hear this at this exact hour. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked, even if life has made you feel that way. I have been guiding you in seasons when you thought you walked alone. Every delay, every pause, every redirection has carried a purpose you are only now becoming ready to understand. These next hours are not about dread. They are about awareness. Something may come to your attention, or a situation may reveal itself in a way that surprises you. When that happens, do not react quickly. Do not speak in haste. Do not let fear make your decisions for you. Come back to me in that moment, even silently, and I will show you your next step. One unhurried breath in my presence is worth more than 100 rushed words. There is strength inside you that you have not fully used. I placed it there for moments exactly like this one. You are not weak, even if you have felt tired. You are not unprepared, even if things feel uncertain. I have been building you quietly, teaching you through everything you have lived, shaping your heart to trust me more deeply than before. What is coming will not destroy you. It will reveal truth. And truth has always been your friend, even when it arrives without warning. Sometimes clarity comes suddenly, and it can feel shocking because it breaks what you were used to believing. But that breaking is necessary so truth can stand upright in your life. I will not let harm reach you while you stay close to me, and I will not allow confusion to rule your mind. You are protected even now in ways you cannot measure. My presence surrounds you. My hand rests over your life like a roof over a house in the rain. I know what you have been carrying quietly, the worry you have not spoken aloud to anyone. You do not have to carry it alone anymore. I am stepping closer to you in this hour. Let yourself feel that closeness instead of pushing it away as you have before. Walking away again would only delay what you are meant to understand, and you have already lost enough clarity to the times you turned aside. Notice how your heart has quieted, even a little since you chose to remain. That settling is not coincidence. It is what happens when a soul stops running and turns toward the voice that has been calling it. You were made to know this stillness. It has been waiting for you longer than you have been avoiding it. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the day fall silent around these words. What unfolds in the coming hours will not be random, and you will not face it blind. I have seen it from far off, and I have already prepared your way through it. Even if it feels intense for a moment, it will not last forever. I will carry you through it step by step, and I will not leave your side. Trust me in this, even when your mind argues. Your mind sees only the road behind you. I see the road ahead. Now let me tell you what these hours hold. There is something that has been forming quietly in your life, and it has reached the point where it can no longer stay hidden. It may be tied to a decision, a person, or a situation that has felt unclear for a long time. You have sensed that something was not fully right. You did not have the whole picture, so you kept moving. Now the picture is coming together, and what once confused you will soon make sense. When it becomes clear, your first reaction may rise from emotion. Do not follow it. Your true strength lives in stillness. Take a breath before you speak, before you act, before you decide anything at all. That small pause is not weakness. It is the doorway through which my wisdom enters. In that quiet second, I will show you the right way forward, and you will move without regret trailing behind you. You have been tested in smaller ways before, and every one of those moments taught you something, even when it did not feel like teaching. You are not stepping into unfamiliar ground. You are stepping into something you have been trained for without knowing it. Nothing you have lived through was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the delays, not the seasons that seemed to circle without arriving anywhere. Each one was a stone laid in the road that brought you here. There may be a truth that comes forward and changes how you see someone or something. That change may sit uncomfortably at first, but it is necessary. You cannot walk forward in truth while your hands are full of illusions. I am removing what does not belong so you can receive what does. This is not loss. This is protection wearing clothes you did not expect. Do not hold on to things simply because they are familiar. Familiar does not always mean right. Sometimes you stay in situations because they are known, even when they quietly wear you down. Be honest with yourself in this hour. What you are shown clearly, you must not pretend you did not see. Denial will keep you circling the same ground. Truth will set your feet on a new road. My precious child, there is also a deeper trust I am building in you. It is easy to trust when life is calm and predictable. Real trust is formed when things feel uncertain, and you still choose to stay near me. That is the kind of trust that carries a person through anything, and you are growing into it right now, in this very moment, simply by continuing to listen. Say your amen aloud if your heart receives these words. Pay attention to what you feel in your spirit as things unfold. A settled peace or a quiet unease. These signals are not random. They are part of how I guide you. Your spirit often recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. When a thought keeps returning to you, do not swat it away. It is returning because there is something in it you need to look at. Bring it to me, and I will help you understand what it means. You may notice your emotions rising like a sudden tide when clarity arrives. That is natural. Let the wave pass through you without letting it steer you. Emotions are honest messengers, but poor masters. Feel them fully, then set them down, and return to the calm I am holding open for you. Decisions made inside that calm will stand. Decisions made inside the storm will need to be unmade later, at a higher cost. Guard your thoughts in these hours. Your mind can become your strongest ally or your heaviest burden, depending on what you allow to live there. Do not let fear pull up a chair at your table. Do not let doubt speak louder than my voice. If something feels overwhelming, stop, be still, and turn your attention back to me. I will steady your thinking the way a hand steadies a lamp, so its light falls where it should. You have reacted too quickly before, and you remember what it cost. Confusion. Words you wished you could take back. Days spent repairing what haste had broken. I remind you of this, not to shame you, but to free you from repeating it. This time you will pause. This time you will breathe. This time you will listen before you move. That single difference will change how everything unfolds. Not everything that feels shocking comes to harm you. Often what feels shocking is simply truth stepping out from where it was hidden. It may be uncomfortable to look at, but it is working for your good. I am clearing confusion from your path so you can walk forward with clear eyes, even if the clearing itself feels intense while it happens. Be mindful, too, of who you speak with while this is unfolding. Not everyone around you will understand what you are walking through, and that is all right. This moment is between you and me. You do not owe anyone an explanation for what I am doing in your life. Some things are meant to stay quiet while they are still forming, the way seed stays buried while it takes root. Speaking too soon can scatter what needed stillness to grow. There is a question you have been carrying, one you have never quite said aloud. You have wondered why certain paths stayed blocked, why certain answers never came, why some things felt wrong without reason. What unfolds in these hours is connected to that question. It does not come randomly. It comes as part of an answer that has been forming longer than you realize. And remember this, for the hours ahead and for all the days after them. What I reveal because you are ready. I do not hand my children burdens they cannot lift, and I do not show them truth they cannot bear. If you are seeing it, you are able to face it. If you are facing it, I am beside you. Nothing about this moment has slipped outside my hands, and nothing about you has slipped outside my love. There is a pattern around you that has been repeating, and you have started to notice it even if you have not fully named it. Situations that look different on the surface keep leading to the same kind of ending, and it has left you weary and wondering. That is not coincidence, and it is not bad fortune. It is a cycle that has been quietly building for a long time. I am breaking that cycle now by bringing it into the light. Once you see it clearly, it loses its grip on you. The trouble I have been warning you about is connected to that very pattern. It is not a sudden thing without cause. It has been forming step by step. Every ignored feeling, every rushed choice, every moment you picked comfort over truth added one more stone to its weight. I am not blaming you. I am showing you the road so you can step off it before it reaches its breaking point. You still have time. That is why I am speaking now instead of after the damage is done. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what else I must show you. There is a decision in front of you, or a path you are about to follow, that carries consequences you cannot see from where you stand. You may think it is small, harmless, just another ordinary step in an ordinary day. It is not. Behind it waits a chain of events, and once that chain begins to move, it is hard to stop. That is why I am interrupting you now. I need you to look deeper than what sits in front of your eyes and trust that I see what you cannot. You have felt a strange uneasiness lately, and you have tried to push it aside. You told yourself it was tiredness, or too much on your mind. But deep down, you know there is more to it. That feeling is your spirit recognizing that something is not right. I have been reaching for your attention in small ways, and now I am speaking plainly because the hour is shorter than you think. Do not dismiss again what I have placed inside you to protect you. There is a specific place in your life where you have been ignoring your inner voice. You felt the hesitation. You felt the pause. But you kept moving because continuing seemed easier than stopping. That is exactly where the danger is connected. Go back in your thoughts and find the moment you felt that warning rise in you. That is the place where you must be careful. That is where the shift needs to happen. Understand something important about who you are. You are chosen. And because you are chosen, there are forces that would rather see you stumble than rise. Not everything around you is what it appears to be, and not everyone near you carries good intentions toward you. I have been shielding you in ways you never saw, turning aside things that could have already gone wrong. But protection works best when you listen and move with wisdom. I am asking for your cooperation, not your fear. This is not punishment. This is protection. And you must understand the difference. Punishment closes doors to wound you. Protection closes doors to spare you. When you feel the interruption, the delay, the sudden change of plans, do not curse it. What feels like interruption is often rescue. What feels like confusion is often my hand redirecting you around a pit you never saw dug in your path. The tragedy I am turning you from is not your inheritance. It was never written over your life as a final word. It is simply what waits at the end of a road I am asking you not to walk. There is a person, a habit, or a situation that has been draining you rather than building you. You feel lighter when you are away from it, and heavier when you're near it. And you have been ignoring that contrast. Stop ignoring it. Your spirit has been telling you the truth all along. You are entering a season where separation will protect you. It may feel uncomfortable at first, because you have grown used to what you have been holding. But I am creating distance for a reason, and that reason is your safety and your future. Sometimes what looks like losing something is actually being released from something before it costs you what you could not afford to pay. There is also a shift needed within you. You have been moving too quickly in certain corners of your life, deciding without sitting still long enough to hear my voice. I am calling you into a slower pace, not to delay your progress, but to protect your direction. Speed without guidance leads to wreckage. Patience with awareness leads to peace. Let this be the hour you choose to move with intention instead of impulse, and you will feel the difference in everything your hands touch. Trust that what I remove, I replace. Not always quickly and not always in the shape you expect, but always with something that fits the person you are becoming, rather than the person you were. My hand is not empty when it takes. It takes with one motion and gives with the next. You will see this for yourself soon enough, and when you do, you will understand why the letting go had to come first. For now, your part is simple, though it is not easy. Stay awake to what I have shown you. Keep your steps unhurried and your heart honest. When the moment of decision arrives, you will not need to guess, because you will recognize it, and you will remember these words standing beside you in it. That remembrance is itself a shield. Few things protect a person like truth heard at the right hour and held on to when the hour comes. There is a shift happening in your surroundings, and it is going to reveal the true nature of what stands near you. People, situations, and opportunities will begin to show their real intentions. Some will align with your growth, Others will make it plain that they do not belong in your next season. Do not fear that exposure. It is necessary for your protection. You cannot carry everything forward, and you were never meant to. You may feel a sense of loss as certain things begin to fall away. That feeling will not last. What you are losing is not your foundation. It is what was resting on top of your foundation without ever being secure. I am clearing space so your life can stand on something solid. It may feel unsteady while the clearing happens, but you will understand it fully once the work is complete. Nothing essential is being taken from you. You may notice that certain plans are not moving the way you expected. That is not failure, and it is not rejection. It is redirection. I am closing paths that would have led you straight into the very situation I warned you about. What you see as delay is me placing a barrier between you and harm. One day you will stand on the other side of this season and thank me for every door that would not open, because you will finally see what was waiting behind it. There is a lesson here to carry with you for the rest of your days. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Some doors stand open the way a trap stands open. Discernment is what keeps you from stepping into places that look bright from the outside but lead to sorrow. I am teaching you to pause, to feel, and to listen before you act. This is how a person moves through life with wisdom instead of regret. Do not try to hold on to what is leaving. When something keeps slipping away despite your effort, that is its answer. Holding tighter will only bruise your hands and delay what needs to happen. Letting go is not defeat. It is making room. What is truly meant for you will never require you to force it, chase it, or beg it to stay. What is mine to give you comes with peace attached, and it stays without being gripped. Someone may approach you soon with words that sound convincing, or a situation may present itself as a chance too good to ignore. Remember what you have heard here. Do not let excitement override your discernment. Not everything that shines was made for your hands. Weigh what is offered slowly. If it demands an answer this instant, that demand itself is your warning. Truth is patient. Deception is always in a hurry. You have a natural ability to sense when something is off, but you have often doubted it. You questioned your own knowing and trusted louder voices instead. That ends now. The quiet knowing inside you is not something to silence. It is something to respect, because I placed it there. When it aligns with peace, follow it. When unease rises without a reason your mind can name, slow down anyway. Your spirit reads what your eyes miss. There is also a need to guard your words in this season. Not everything you feel needs to be spoken, and not every thought needs an audience. Some things must stay within you while they are still forming. Speaking too quickly can expose what is not ready and invite opinions that were never meant to shape your path. Silence in the right moment is not emptiness. It is armor. I will show you when to speak and when to hold your peace. My beloved, you have been strong for a long time. Even when you felt anything but strong, you kept moving when stopping would have been easier. You carried burdens no one around you ever noticed, and you did it without applause. None of that escaped me. Not one day of it. That endurance was not pointless suffering. It was the forging of the very steadiness you are going to need in the days ahead, and it is already yours. Consider how gold is refined. It is not polished into purity. It is passed through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire only separates it from what was never gold to begin with. That is what this season is doing in you. What burns away was never truly yours. What remains when the heat passes is the real substance of who I made you to be, and it will shine without effort. So release your grip on the familiar shape of things. Life as you knew it is being rearranged, not ruined. The ground may feel like it is moving, but it is moving toward order, not away from it. A field must be turned over before it can receive seed. A house must be swept before a feast. What feels like upheaval today is making room for a settledness you have not yet known, and it is closer than it appears. Notice, too, how some people begin to respond to you differently. A few may grow distant. Others may seem uneasy around you without a clear reason. This is not because you have done something wrong. It is because you are changing, and change unsettles what was comfortable with the old you. When you grow, not every connection can follow. What no longer fits will drift on its own. Let it drift. You do not have to push anyone away or explain your becoming. And through all of this, keep your peace guarded like a well in a dry land. Not every dispute deserves your voice. Not every disturbance deserves your attention. You have been spending yourself on things that return nothing, and I am teaching you to be selective with where your strength goes. Your peace is not a small thing. It is the ground every good decision grows from. Protect it, and it will protect you. Now I must teach you the difference between fear and guidance, because in the hours ahead you will need to tell them apart. Fear is not always a warning. Sometimes it is a distraction dressed as caution. It makes you hesitate when you should move and rush when you should wait. My guidance is different. It arrives with a calm clarity, even when the decision is hard. Fear presses and confuses. Peace settles and directs. Learn to follow the peace. You are also learning the worth of stillness. For years you have felt the need to keep moving, keep doing, keep managing every outcome with your own two hands. But stillness is where clarity is found. When you pause and let yourself listen, you begin to hear what actually matters beneath the noise of what merely shouts. That stillness is not empty time. It is the room where I meet you. Enter it daily and you will never walk far from my voice. Be attentive to the places you enter as well. Not every place carries the same spirit, and not every space is meant for you. Notice how you feel when you cross certain thresholds. If heaviness settles on you without cause, take it as a signal to be careful. If peace meets you at the door, receive it. Your surroundings shape you more than you know, and part of wisdom is choosing where you plant your feet. There is a conversation you may need to step away from, or a situation you need to quietly leave. You already know which one, because it has crossed your mind more than once while these words reached you. That knowing is not coming from nowhere. I placed it in you so you could act before things escalate. Sometimes protection looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away without announcing it. You are permitted to leave what endangers your soul. You are entering a season where your boundaries will become clearer. You will say no where you once said yes out of obligation. You will step back where you once pressed forward out of habit. This is not coldness. It is wisdom finally being given room. Boundaries are not walls built to keep love out. They are fences that mark where your garden begins, so that what you are growing is not trampled. Let your amen rise now as a sign of your trust in me. Do not be surprised when doubt circles back and whispers that you imagined all of this, that these words were meant for someone else, that nothing is really shifting. Doubt always arrives after truth, trying to collect what truth has planted. Do not hand it the harvest. What you have heard today brought peace, and peace is my signature. Fear signs its name in pressure and panic. Check the signature, and you will know who is speaking. There will be moments where you feel tested, and I want you to see them rightly. They are not sent to break you. They are opportunities for your trust to put down deeper roots. Every time you choose to listen instead of ignore, to pause instead of lunge, to trust instead of grasp, the cord between us grows stronger. That cord will hold you steady in weather that once would have thrown you to the ground. Remember also that you do not have to face everything alone, and you were never designed to. Strength is not handling every burden by yourself until your back gives way. Strength is knowing where to set the burden down. Bring me the matters too heavy for you. Leave them with me longer than a moment. The shoulders that carry the heavens are not strained by the weight of your worries. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are not outside my sight either. I know how much of your heart walks around outside your own body, living in the lives of others. You cannot shield them from everything, and you were never asked to. But your prayers for them are not falling to the floor. Each one is received, weighed, and answered in ways you will not always see from where you stand. Entrust them to me daily, and release the weight of outcomes you were never meant to control. There's something you have been asking for, even if you never said it aloud. I have heard it. I am working on it. But it cannot arrive until certain things are cleared out first, the way a harvest cannot be gathered into a storehouse still full of last year's chaff. What feels like delay is my ordering of events for your good. When it comes, you will be glad it came at the hour it did and not a day sooner. Take care of yourself in a deeper way in this season, not only in body but in soul. You've been pouring out for others, sometimes far past what you had to give, and calling the emptiness afterward normal. It is not normal. Even the strongest vessel must return to the spring. Come back to the quiet. Come back to these words. Come back to me. When you are filled, everything you touch receives from your fullness instead of your fumes. And understand this about the timing of your life. Nothing assigned to you has been given to another. No one can take what I have written for your hands, and no slowness on the road can cause you to miss what carries your name. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are exactly where the road was always going to pass, and the road knows where it is going. So keep walking at the pace of peace. Refuse the urgency that does not come from me. The world around you rewards speed and calls it strength, but I am showing you a different way. The one who trusts does not have to hurry. Move when I say move. Rest when I say rest. This rhythm will carry you further than rushing ever did, and it will carry you there whole. When the moment of clarity arrives, and it will arrive, here is how you are to walk through it. You may see something, hear something, or suddenly understand something that changes how you view a situation entirely. Do not resist it, even if it challenges what you believed before. You cannot unsee what has been revealed, and you are not meant to. Truth is your protection. When you accept it, you step into alignment with what is right, and everything false loses its claim on you. Your emotions may surge in that moment, and that is natural. Let them move through you like weather through a valley. The valley does not chase the storm, and it does not become the storm. It lets the storm pass and remains a valley. Return to calm before you respond to anyone or decide anything. Your strength has never been in reacting quickly. It is in responding wisely, and wisdom waits for the air to clear. There may be a strong urge to speak at once, to explain, to confront, to defend yourself. Hold your tongue a little longer. Words released in high emotion travel far and cannot be called home. Silence in the right moment is not weakness. It is power under command. When your mind is clear and your heart is steady, I will show you what to say and when to say it, and your words will land like rain instead of hail. Afterward, there will be a quiet settling inside you, even while your thoughts are still arranging themselves. That calm is not accident. It is my presence restoring your balance. You are not meant to remain in shock or confusion. You are meant to pass through revelation into understanding, and through understanding into peace. Let the calm grow. Do not keep returning to the moment of impact to feel it again. The lesson is yours. The sting is not required. Do not be hard on yourself for not seeing things sooner. You were not ready before, and that is why it stayed hidden. Now that you are ready, it has been shown. That is not failure on your part. That is timing on mine. I do not reveal truths to wound my children. I reveal them at the hour when the truth can heal instead of harm. And this is that hour for you. You may feel a wish to return to how things were, simply because the old shape of life felt easier to hold. But you cannot go back to what you now see clearly, and in your deepest heart, you do not want to. Going back would mean closing your eyes on purpose, and no one rests well with their eyes forced shut. The new ground may feel strange under your feet, but strange is not wrong. Every promised land feels foreign in the first season. Notice what is already changing in you. Situations that once shook you are losing their power to shake. Words that once wounded you are landing softer. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming rooted. A tree with shallow roots trembles at every wind, but a tree that has driven its roots deep drinks from waters the storm cannot touch. That is what has been happening beneath your surface all this time. Your desires themselves are shifting, have you noticed? Things that once felt urgent now feel small. Things you once chased no longer call to you. That is not confusion. That is my hand adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. What you needed before is not what you need now. Growth always rewrites the list of what matters, and your list is being rewritten by someone who knows what your future requires. You are also seeing your relationships with new eyes. It is becoming plain who strengthens you and who depletes you, who celebrates your growth and who quietly resents it. This clarity may bring some ache with it, but you cannot build what is ahead of you while carrying what belongs behind you. Bless what was, release what is leaving, and make room for what is coming. Not every companion on the first road is meant for the second. And when you look back on this season, you will not remember it as the time everything fell apart. You will remember it as the time everything fell into place. The pieces that scattered were never load-bearing. The people who left were finished with their part. The plans that dissolved were making way for plans that fit. From where you stand now, it looks like ending after ending. From where I stand, it is one long beginning. There is a gratitude that will begin to rise in you as the picture completes itself. You may not feel it fully yet, but it will come as you begin to see how differently things could have gone. There were turns you almost took. There were doors you almost entered. When you finally understand what stood behind them, your relief will turn to thankfulness, and your thankfulness will turn to a deeper trust than warnings alone could ever have built in you. Protection, you are learning, rarely announces itself. Often it looks like a plan that collapsed, an answer that never came, a person who walked away without explanation. You called some of those moments disappointments. Heaven recorded them as rescues. You will never know the full count of what never reached you, and you do not need to know. It is enough to know that you were never once outside my keeping, not for an hour, not for a breath. Hold steady then, a little longer. You are nearer to the clearing than you were when these words began, and nearer than you will believe until you step into it. What remains of the shaking is brief. What follows the shaking is yours to keep. I have not brought you through all of this to abandon you at the threshold. The same voice that called you to stay is the voice that will call you forward, and it does not grow faint. Now hear what waits for you on the other side of these hours. You are stepping into a season where your life will feel more aligned than it has in years. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. What felt scattered will gather. What felt uncertain will settle. This is not wishful thinking. It is the natural result of the shift that has already taken place within you while you listened. You are not the same person who almost turned away. New opportunities will come, and they will feel different from the ones that came before. They will not arrive wrapped in pressure or confusion. They will come with a sense of peace and rightness, and that is how you will recognize them as mine. Learn that feeling well. It is the seal I place on what I send. Anything that must rush you, corner you, or frighten you into agreement did not come from my hand. A quiet confidence is growing in you, and it will keep growing. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the steady kind that comes from knowing you can hear my voice and follow it. In moments where you once froze, you will move. In moments where you once scrambled, you will be still. Others will notice the difference before you do. They will ask what changed in you, and you will find the answer is not a what, but a who. Your steps from here do not need to be perfect. They need to be guided. You will not receive the whole map, because the map would make you trust the paper instead of the guide. You will receive enough light for the step in front of you, and when you take that step, light for the next. This is how I have always led those I love. Not by satisfying every question, but by being worthy of trust in every unknown. There will still be days when the old patterns knock at your door, wearing familiar faces, speaking familiar words. You will feel the tug of what used to be, but you can see them now for what they are, and seeing is more than half of freedom. Each time you choose the new way over the old, the new way grows stronger and the old grip grows weaker. You are not the same soil you were. What once took root in you easily will find no purchase now. Remember the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Much will shout for your attention that deserves none of it. The truly important things rarely shout. They wait, faithful and quiet, for you to turn toward them. Your task is to turn toward them daily. Keep the first things first, and the last things will order themselves behind them like travelers falling into line behind a lantern. My child, we have walked a long road together in these few moments, and yet this road did not begin today. I have been beside you through every mile you thought you walked alone. The difference now is that you know it. Awareness has opened your eyes, and eyes once opened do not easily close again. Carry that awareness into your ordinary days, into your work, your rest, your dealings with the ones you love. It will serve you in rooms these words will never reach. Guard what you have received in this hour. Do not let the coming week wear it thin, or the opinions of others talk you out of it. What was given to you here was not entertainment. It was equipment. Return to it when the path darkens. Recall it when doubt raises its voice. Speak of it sparingly and live from it generously, and it will keep proving itself true as the days unfold in front of you. The trouble that stood ahead of you has lost its footing because you stayed and listened. That does not mean you may now grow careless. Protection continues where attention continues. Remain awake. Remain soft toward my voice and firm toward everything that would pull you from it. The same watchfulness that carried you through these hours will carry you through the years, and it costs you nothing but your willingness. Hold on also to what you have learned about seasons. Nothing fruitful stays in blossom forever, and nothing barren stays barren forever under my care. There will be seasons of gathering and seasons of letting the field rest. Seasons when my voice sounds near, and seasons when your trust must walk without the sound of it. None of these mean I have moved. The sun does not abandon the earth at nightfall. It is only preparing the next morning on the far side of the dark. Be generous in the season you are entering, not only with what fills your hands, but with what fills your heart. Speak the encouraging word you once withheld. Show the patience you once ran out of. Forgive more quickly than feels fair. A life that has been protected and guided is meant to become shelter and guidance for others. And as you give what you have received, you will find it multiplying in the giving, the way bread multiplied in baskets long ago. And when you rise from this moment and step back into your day, go as a person who has been told the truth and believed it. Let your face be calm in front of things that used to shake you. Let your answers be slow and your peace be quick. The ones around you are thirsty for the steadiness you now carry. You do not need to preach to them. Simply be evidence. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It burns. Do not measure the worth of this hour by how you feel tomorrow. Feelings rise and fall like tides, but what was planted here does not depend on them. It will keep working in you quietly, beneath your notice, the way roots work beneath a field in winter. I am not leaving when these words end. My voice will go quiet, but my presence will not go anywhere. I will be there in the stillness you have learned to enter, in the peace that signs my name, in the knowing that rises when you face your next crossroad. You were called to hear this, you stayed to receive it, and now you are sent to live it. Walk in what you have heard. I am with you in the morning and in the dark, in the sowing and in the harvest, now and at every hour to come. Seal these words with your amen and walk in my peace.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, everything is fine. I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, God, just give me one reason to keep going. I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small, and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the brokenhearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love which does not move, so it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, I receive it, if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words and the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years, receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now, the same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now, the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go: you will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, "I trust you, Lord," if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop whatever you are doing right now. Pause for just one moment. You were brought here for a reason, not by accident, but by divine appointment. My voice is reaching you at this exact moment because I arranged it. I have something to say to you, and I will not let this moment pass without saying it. This message is not for the masses. It is for the chosen ones. The ones who are tired of pretending to be strong when they are breaking inside. The ones who have done everything right and still feel lost. The ones who give and give and give, yet wonder if anyone truly sees them. If that is you, then listen closely. If you have ever felt abandoned, if you have ever questioned whether I remember you, stay with me now. What I'm about to tell you will shift something deep in your soul. Your life, your future, your calling. None of it is on pause. I have never forgotten you, not for one single second of your existence. While you were lying awake, troubled and anxious, weighed down by thoughts that would not let go, I was near you. While you sat alone in the dark, wondering if anyone cared about your pain, my attention was fixed on you. While you were making mistakes and falling short of your own expectations, I was already preparing your redemption. I was already planning your restoration. Nothing about your story has caught me by surprise. This is the truth that will set you free. Not someday, when you have finally become good enough. Not eventually, after you have fixed everything you think is broken. Right now, in this very moment, I am speaking directly into your situation. Every circumstance you are facing, every relationship you are carrying, every decision that keeps you up at night, I am with you in all of it. I know you have been through more than you tell people. You learned to be strong on the outside while something inside you was quietly coming apart. People you trusted disappointed you in ways that cut deeper than any wound to the body. Plans you made with real hope crumbled in front of you. And the dreams you held closest, the ones you never spoke aloud because they felt too fragile, began to slip through your hands. You have carried burdens that were never meant to be yours alone. No one offered to help, and you did not know how to ask. You kept moving because stopping felt like failure. You kept smiling because you did not want to worry anyone. I saw all of it, and I am telling you now, that season of carrying everything alone is coming to an end. Here is something you may not realize about yourself. You have prayed for others more than you have prayed for yourself. You lifted up the ones you love while your own needs went unspoken. Every one of those prayers is recorded in heaven. Not one was wasted. Not one drifted into silence. Every time you put another person's need ahead of your own pain, I took note of it. Every time you chose to encourage someone when you yourself were discouraged, it mattered. Every time you gave when you were running on empty, heaven marked the moment. You thought no one noticed. I noticed. And I am speaking to you today to tell you plainly, it is now your time. Your time to receive what you have been sowing all these years. Your time to be lifted after carrying so much for others. Your time to step into the fullness of what has been waiting for you. The same faithfulness you showed in secret is about to be answered in the open. Do not measure your future by your past. The past is a record, not a prophecy. What happened before does not get to decide what happens next, because I am the one who decides what happens next. And I have already spoken over your life a word that no failure, no enemy, and no delay can cancel. My child, you are secure in my hands. Nothing that happens to you will surprise me, because I already know the end from the beginning. I hold your entire future with infinite care. I am not careless with what matters to you. I have never lost a single one of my own, and I will not lose you. Not in your darkest hour. Not when you feel furthest from hope. Not when everything around you seems to crumble at once. When circumstances shake you. When the world tells you to be afraid. When your own doubts shout louder than your faith. Remember this moment. Remember these words. Your foundation is unshakable because your foundation is not built on sand. It is not built on circumstances. It is not built on the approval of people who change their minds with the weather. It is built on me. Immovable, eternal, unbreakable. I know the questions you carry. Do you sometimes feel like you are fighting a battle no one else understands? Do you wonder if your prayers are truly heard, or if they simply rise and vanish into an empty sky? Do you question whether your faith is strong enough, whether I really care about the small details of your life? Hear me. All of those questions, all of those doubts, they have an expiration date. They do not get to live in you any longer. They were loud in the waiting, but the waiting is not the whole story, and it never was. Stop carrying the weight of trying to figure everything out by yourself. Stop turning the same worries over and over in your mind as if one more round of thinking will finally solve them. I have already prepared the way. I have opened doors that no one on earth can close, and I have sealed doors that were never meant to be your path. That door that closed in your face, I closed it. That opportunity that fell apart, I allowed it to fall. Not to punish you, but to protect you from something you could not see. One day you will understand how much mercy was hidden inside the very moments that felt like rejection. Declare your amen right now if you have faith that this word is for you. Your pain has not gone unnoticed. I know it feels like you hurt in secret, like your sorrow is hidden from the world, like no one understands what it costs you just to keep going. But nothing about you is hidden from me. When you cried out in the darkness at 3 a.m. when sleep would not come and no one was listening, I heard you. When you felt utterly alone, when you convinced yourself you were too broken to be loved, when you questioned your own worth, I was there. When you could not take another step, when the weight was too heavy and your legs would not move, I was holding you up. You did not collapse, and it was not because you were strong. It was because I would not let you fall. This is not a metaphor. This is not poetic language meant to comfort you for an hour and fade by morning. This is a promise, a covenant. I will never leave you without comfort in your despair. I will never watch you sink without reaching for you. Now I need you to understand something crucial. You have been chosen for a purpose greater than your current circumstances. Your pain is not punishment. Your struggle is not a sign that I am angry with you. Your trials are not proof of your failure. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. It taught your hands how to hold what is coming. There is a steadiness in you now that ease could never have built, a depth that only the low places could carve. You did not choose the difficulty, but you will carry its strength for the rest of your life. The enemies that surround you have already been defeated. You do not have to fight them in your own power anymore. Their threats are noise. Their weapons cannot reach what I am protecting. The power that raised Christ from the dead lives inside you, and no scheme formed against you can stand before it. You are more than a conqueror. You are already victorious, even in the places where you cannot yet see it. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And I am telling you now, your miracle is closer than you think. But let me correct something you have believed for too long. You have thought that my silence meant my absence. You have thought that because the answer had not arrived, it was not coming. Heaven does not move on your schedule, but heaven has never once been idle concerning you. While you counted the days, I was arranging them. Think of a field lying fallow through the winter. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But beneath the surface, the ground is resting, gathering what it needs for the harvest ahead. Your quiet seasons were not empty. They were full of work you could not see. The seasons themselves are my witnesses. No winter has ever refused to end. No night has ever outlasted the morning assigned to follow it. The turning you have longed for does not depend on your striving. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once been late. The same order I set into the earth, I have set into your life. Your season is turning now quietly, the way dawn arrives. First at the edges, then everywhere at once. I also want you to stop apologizing for your questions. You have wondered if it was wrong to ask why. It was not wrong. My servants have always asked why. In the pit, in the prison, in the storm, I am not offended by an honest heart. I am far more grieved by a distant one. Bring me your questions, and I will give you something better than explanations. I will give you myself. There are answers you could not carry even if I handed them to you today. But my presence you can carry. My presence will hold you steady in the very places where understanding runs out. You have also feared that you missed your chance, that somewhere back there you took the wrong turn, and the life you were meant to live went on without you. Listen to me carefully. I am not limited by your detours. I write straight lines with crooked paths. Where you see a wrong turn, I see the very road I will use. Nothing you have lived is wasted in my hands, not the failure, not the delay. not the years you think were thrown away. I do not discard broken material. I build with it. What shamed you will become the very ground you stand on when you tell others what I have done. So lift your head, not because everything is resolved, but because you finally know who holds the resolution. The heaviness you woke up with this morning does not get the final word. I do. And my word over you is good. There is a turning point in every life I lead, a moment when a person stops bracing for the worst and starts expecting my goodness. You are standing at that turning point right now. You can feel it, even if you cannot explain it. Something in you is being set right as you listen. Do not rush past this. Let these words settle into the deep places, the ones you guard, the ones you show no one. That is where I do my best work. That is where healing begins, not at the surface where everyone can see, but at the root, where only I can reach. I am not asking you to feel strong today. I am asking you to trust that I am strong. There is a difference, and the difference will set you free. You were never meant to be the source of your own strength. You were meant to draw from mine day by day, like water from a well that never runs dry. From this day forward, when fear speaks, you will remember what I have spoken. When shame calls your name, you will answer with the name I gave you. Beloved. When the old heaviness tries to return to its old room in your heart, it will find the locks have been changed. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching your spirit right now. There are 3 things I am asking of you today, 3 ways to open your heart fully to what I have prepared. Hear them one at a time. Do not hurry. Each one is a door, and I will walk through every door you open to me. First, give me your heart completely, not just the parts that are convenient, not just the pieces you feel safe showing. Your whole heart, with the wounds, the doubts, the shame, the rooms you keep dark. Bring me the broken pieces you would never show another soul. I already know it all, and I love you still. Not because you are perfect, not because you have it figured out, but because you are mine, my child, my creation, my delight. My purpose has always been to give you life in abundance, joy that cannot be explained, and love that never runs out. Second, choose to trust me even when you cannot see the complete picture. The future looks overwhelming when you try to carry it alone with your limited sight. But when you place it in my hands, when you stop wrestling and surrender, peace begins to settle over your soul like evening quiet after a long storm. Trusting me does not mean everything becomes easy. It means you are never alone inside the difficulty. It means my grace will be enough for every trial you face. It means that even while circumstances shake, you can carry a joy that makes no earthly sense and yet is completely real. Third, do not walk this road in isolation. Do not carry your burdens in silence. Share your story. Speak of your faith. When you encourage someone in their weakness, when you tell others what I have done for you, you are not only lifting them, you are releasing blessing into your own life. The principle is simple, and it is eternal. Give, and it shall be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. As you pour out your words, your time, your prayers for others, I pour back into you in measures you never anticipated. This is not a bargain. This is the law of my kingdom. This is how my economy has always worked. And now hear me on this, because it belongs to the same law of giving. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me speak to your situation, yours, not anyone else's. I see it in all of its complexity, all of its pressure, all of its uncertainty. I see the worry over provision, the quiet arithmetic you do at night, the anxiety of wondering how you will cover what is coming. I see it, and I have not turned away. I see the fractures in your family, the relationships that have grown cold or sharp, the conversations you replay and the ones you avoid. I see the ache of loving people who do not know how to love you back the same way. I see the health concerns you carry and the fear that rides along with them. I see the exhaustion that has settled deep in your bones from carrying more than one person should carry. I see the loneliness that visits you in quiet moments, when everyone else is busy and you are left alone with your thoughts. I see the disappointment of unfulfilled dreams, the roads not taken, the questions about what might have been. Not one detail of it escapes me. I am not a distant observer studying you from far away. I am closer than your own breathing, and I care about what concerns you more than you can measure with a human heart. The things you have labeled too small to pray about, bring them. Nothing that troubles you is trivial to me. Some of what you carry has been on your shoulders for years. Wounds that never fully closed because you were too afraid to look at them directly. Words spoken over you that cut like a blade and lodged where no one could see. Trust that was betrayed so deeply, you quietly decided never to hand your heart to anyone again. Your mind has replayed those moments 1,000 times, and somewhere along the way you accepted their verdict as the truth about who you are. I'm telling you today, their opinion of you was never the measure of your worth. Their failure to see your value does not mean you lack value. Their inability to love you well does not mean you are unlovable. Your worth was settled by me, and no one on earth holds the authority to unsettle it. You are precious beyond any price that could be named. The ones who overlooked you were looking with broken eyes. I see clearly, and what I see, I treasure. So let me touch the places that still hurt. Let me pour love into the cracks that others left behind. Let me rebuild what was torn down, stone by stone, until what stands is stronger than what stood before. You have managed the pain long enough. Now let me heal it. This is the difference between surviving and being restored. Survival keeps the wound covered. Restoration closes it. I am not offering you a way to cope, my beloved. I am offering you a way to be whole. Now hear what I'm asking you to lay down. Stop dwelling on the mistakes you have made. Stop replaying the conversations where you felt humiliated. Stop measuring your present struggle against your past victories until both of them lose their meaning. That constant looking backward is costing you the road ahead. Instead, remember what I have already done for you. Remember the times when everything looked impossible, and yet a way appeared. Remember the prayers I answered when you had almost stopped expecting an answer. Remember the doors that opened, and the people I placed in your life at exactly the right moment. That was not luck. That was me. Look back over your whole story and find one time, even one, when I finally failed you. You cannot, because it never happened. There were delays you did not understand and answers you did not expect. But abandonment, never. I have never failed you, and I will not begin now. So today I am dealing with what has settled in your heart. The discouragement that moved in and made itself at home, I am removing it. The anxiety that has kept you awake, I am replacing it with peace that passes understanding. The fear that has frozen your steps, I am breaking its grip. The shame that has kept you silent, I am washing it away. Today marks a new beginning. Not because your circumstances changed overnight, but because your sight is changing. You are beginning to see yourself through my eyes. You are beginning to believe that you truly matter. And that shift alone will change everything it touches. The transformation you have been asking for is already underway inside you. You may not see it yet. You may not feel it yet. But the seed is in the ground, and the ground has received it. Old patterns are breaking up like winter soil under the first warm rain. Where there was despair, hope is pushing through. Where there was doubt, faith is taking root. Where there was darkness, light is finding every crack. This is not something I will do for you someday. This is something I am doing now as my voice reaches you. And others will notice. The ones closest to you will see a steadiness rising in you that was not there before. They will sense a peace around you even when everything else is loud. Some will ask you what changed because something about you will refuse to be explained away. When they ask, tell them plainly what I have done. As you live this out, you will become a lamp in dark rooms. Your quiet endurance will preach louder than any sermon. Your courage will hand someone else permission to be brave. The ones you love will drink from the well I am filling in you, and they will not even know at first where the water comes from. Consider how patient I have been with you. When you forgot me in the rush of your days, I remembered you. When you doubted my love, I went on loving you. When your faith thinned to a thread, my faithfulness to you never thinned at all. I have never once questioned whether you were worth my mercy. From the very beginning, I have believed in what I placed inside you. I saw it before anyone else could, and I have guarded it through every season you thought was wasted. It is still there. It is still alive, and its hour is approaching. Do not receive this word and then talk yourself out of it by morning. That has been the pattern, has it not? Hope rises in the evening, and by daylight the old arguments return. Not this time. This time plant your feet on what I have spoken and refuse to be moved. Listen carefully now. The mountain of problems that has blocked your path is about to come down. The opposition that surrounded you is about to scatter. Doors that were bolted are about to swing open. The healing you quietly gave up on is closer than it has ever been. Stay alert. Pay attention. Learn to recognize the signs of my hand moving on your behalf, because they are already appearing at the edges of your life. Some will come quietly, a burden lifting, a provision arriving, a hard heart softening. Do not call these things coincidence. Call them what they are. I will move mountains for you. I will quiet your storms. I will strengthen your spirit when you are weak, and open ways where no way can be seen. I will grant you favor in rooms you have not yet entered, with people you have not yet met. I will restore what was lost, rebuild what was torn down, and renew what has grown dry. This is not a promise about someday. This is a promise taking hold now. Your life is not a series of random events scattered by chance. Your life is a story I am actively writing, and I do not abandon my stories in the middle chapters. The pen has not left the page. Right now, as you listen, let your shoulders come down. Feel the weight you have been carrying begin to lift. Let the tightness in your chest loosen and the racing in your mind grow still. This is my peace. It was always available to you. You do not have to earn it. You only have to receive it. You are not too broken to be loved. You are not too far gone to be reached. You are not too flawed to be used for my purpose, and not too weary to receive my strength. I have already come looking for you. I have already found you. I have already called you mine. and nothing in life or death can pull you out of my hand. Now I must show you what has been standing between you and the fullness I promised. There have been barriers over certain areas of your life, not because I withheld from you, but because there is an order to what I do, and the hour of release had not yet come. Hear me, that hour has now arrived. The first barrier stood over your provision. This is why you worked so hard and never seemed to get ahead. This is why opportunities slipped through your fingers at the last moment. This is why the numbers never quite reached far enough, no matter how carefully you stretched them. But understand what that season truly was. It was never meant to be permanent. Heaven watched to see whether you would keep trusting me when nothing was coming in, whether you would keep an open hand when your hands were nearly empty. And you did. Your faith held when it made no earthly sense, and that has not been forgotten. So I say to you now, the barrier over your provision is breaking. Supply will begin to find you through ways you did not arrange and could not have arranged. An opening you thought was finished will return. A need you carried quietly will be met without you asking. When it happens, do not call it chance. Thank me out loud, for it is my hand. The second barrier stood over your relationships. This is why you have felt so alone. This is why the people around you did not seem to understand you, and why the wrong connections kept finding their way in while the right ones stayed distant. That too is ending. I am bringing new people toward your life, not just any people, but connections appointed by me. People who will recognize your worth without you having to prove it. People who will speak life into you and call out what has been hidden in you. When they arrive, you will know them, because they will carry my peace with them. But hear this clearly. Appointed relationships need room. That means some old ties that have been draining you may need to be loosened. You may need to step back from voices that pull you toward the person you used to be. This is not cruelty. A gardener who never prunes will never see the fruit. Do not cling to what diminishes you out of fear of being alone. You were not made for company that cost you your calling. Trust me enough to release what I am asking you to release, and watch what I place in the empty space. Better is coming, but better needs somewhere to stand. The third barrier stood over your purpose. This is why you have felt stuck, why something always seemed to be missing, why you kept searching for meaning and came home with your hands empty. You were held in a waiting pattern, not abandoned, but held, until the appointed time. And the appointed time is now. I made you for a specific assignment. There is work on this earth with your name on it, work that will not be done the same way by anyone else. The longing you feel for something more is not discontent. It is memory, your spirit remembering what it was made for. Stepping into it will ask something of you. You cannot carry the old mindset into the new season. You must lay down the fear that has held your feet. You must release the need to see the whole path before you take the first step. I do not hand my children maps. I walk with them one step at a time, and the next step is always lit. Think of a river finding its course. It does not see the ocean from the mountains. It only moves toward the low ground in front of it, and turn by turn, the way opens. Your calling will unfold the same way. Move where I lead today, and tomorrow's bend will reveal itself when you reach it. From this moment, you will begin to see your life with new eyes. Things that confused you will begin to make sense. Doors you walked past 100 times will suddenly stand out. Work that felt small will reveal its weight. You are coming into alignment with what I intended from the start. And when these three barriers fall, provision, relationship, and purpose, something else follows. Favor begins to gather around your life. Not favor you chase, but favor that finds you. What you once had to strive for will begin to come toward you, the way a harvest comes to the one who sowed in tears. Provision will find you from directions you never considered. The right people will cross your path as if by accident, though nothing about it is accidental. Rooms that were closed to you will open, and voices you never expected will speak your name in places you cannot go. This is what it looks like when I go before someone. You will not have to beg anymore. You will not have to force doors or wear yourself out proving your worth to people who were never assigned to see it. What I have appointed for you cannot be taken by another, and what is not appointed for you was never worth your striving. There is a foundation being laid beneath your life right now, in ground no one else can see. Builders do their deepest work below the surface, where there is no applause, and the height of the tower always depends on the depth of what was buried first. So do not despise the unseen days. Every quiet act of trust has been setting stone upon stone. What rises next in your life will stand, because what holds it was laid by my own hand. Only remember where it comes from. When the season of increase arrives, do not let your heart drift into believing your own hands built it. Gratitude keeps the channel open. Pride closes it. Stay low in your heart even as your life rises, and the flow will not stop. Say, I trust you right now if you believe this release belongs to your life today. Now I must teach you how to walk in what has been released, because release is only the beginning. The first lesson concerns your words. Your mouth is not a bystander in your life. It is a builder. Every day your words are laying stones on one side of the scale or the other. You cannot welcome what you constantly speak against. If you keep declaring lack, your heart learns to expect lack. If you keep announcing that you are alone, you will stop seeing the hands reaching toward you. If you keep calling yourself a failure, you will walk past open doors with your head down. From this day forward, let your words agree with what I have spoken over you. Speak provision, even while the need is still visible. Speak healing, even while the ache remains. Speak purpose, even on the days that feel ordinary. This is not pretending. This is faith opening its mouth. My servants have always done this. They praised inside prison walls at midnight, and the foundations shook. They marched around fortified walls, speaking of victory before a single stone had moved. They called on my name in drought and famine and did not soften their expectation to match the sky. Speak like that, and heaven leans toward you. But I must also prepare you, because I am honest with those I love. When release comes, resistance follows. The adversary pays little attention to the sleeping, but he studies the ones who are waking up. What is coming into your life will not go unnoticed in the unseen realm, and there will be pushback. It may come through people. A discouraging word at exactly the wrong moment. Mockery from someone whose opinion still has a key to your heart. Old voices returning with old accusations, just as new hope is taking root. Do not be shaken by any of it. Opposition at the threshold is not a sign you are wrong. It is a sign you are close. It may also come through chaos. Small crises demanding your attention. Sudden problems that seem designed to exhaust you before anything else can. Interruptions that pull at your focus like hands tugging a sleeve. Recognize these for what they are. Smoke, meant to make you lose sight of what I am doing. Keep your eyes on me and the smoke will pass. And do not fear any of it. I have set a hedge around you that cannot be breached. No weapon formed against you will succeed. No scheme devised in darkness will outlast the light I have placed in you. I am your defender, your fortress, your rear guard. The battle that concerns you is one I have already claimed. There is a picture I want to leave with you. A traveler crossing a desert does not judge the journey by the sand in the wind. He keeps his direction, rations his strength, and trusts the one who told him water lies ahead. The wind is loud, but the wind decides nothing. Direction decides everything. Keep your direction. Guard your mind the way a watchman guards a city gate. Not everything that asks to enter should be let in. Do not dwell on words that fill you with dread. Do not sit long with voices that make my promises sound foolish. Do not rehearse conversations with fear as though fear were an advisor. What you take in becomes what you lean on. Take in truth. Guard your peace as well. Peace is not a luxury for calmer seasons. Peace is your footing. When your peace is intact, you see clearly, choose wisely, and stand firmly. This is why the adversary aims at your peace before he aims at anything else. Refuse to hand it over. It was given to you by me, and no circumstance has the authority to collect it. Be patient with yourself as you learn this new way of walking. You will stumble back into old habits some days, an anxious word here, a fearful thought entertained too long there. When that happens, do not spiral into condemnation. Simply return. Correct your words, redirect your mind, and keep moving. I am not grading your perfection. I am growing your direction. And be watchful over the small obediences. It is tempting to wait for a grand assignment while neglecting the task in front of you. But thrones are prepared in secret. The one who is faithful with little is the one I trust with much. The quiet duties you perform when no one applauds are weaving the very rope that will one day draw your harvest in. Do not despise slow growth. An oak does not apologize to the grass for taking its time. What grows quickly is often shallow, and what I am building in you is meant to stand for generations. The ones you love, and the ones they will love after them, will find shelter in what I am establishing through your obedience today. Remember also to rest. You were not designed to run without ceasing. Even the ground must lie still to give again. Rest is not laziness. It is trust in its plainest clothing. The one who cannot stop working does not yet believe that I work while they sleep. Believe it. Lie down in peace and let me keep the night watch. This is how you walk out the release. Words in agreement with my promise, a guarded mind, a defended peace, patience in stumbling, faithfulness in small things, and rest without guilt. None of it is complicated. All of it is powerful. Walk this way, and no resistance the enemy raises will be able to hold back what I have set in motion. You are not walking this road as an experiment. You are walking it as an heir. The strength you need is not ahead of you somewhere. It is with you now, because I am with you now. Every step you take in trust, I match with power you cannot see. There is one more thing I want you to carry into these days. Courage. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the quiet kind that rises early, keeps its word, and tries again. That courage is already in you. I placed it there myself, and I have watched it survive everything that tried to put it out. Lean on it now. It will not fail you. Now hear my final instruction and hold it close. The days directly ahead of you are set apart. From this moment I am asking you to keep a holy watchfulness over the next 3 days. Not with anxiety, but with expectation. Heaven has moved, and I want you positioned to recognize what heaven has done. Stay in prayer through these days. Not only formal prayer with folded hands, but constant companionship with me. Talk to me as you work. Whisper to me as you walk. Ask me for guidance in the small decisions, and thank me before the answers arrive. Prayer is not a duty I demand. It is the door I keep open. The moment you stop speaking with me is the moment you begin leaning on yourself again, and you were never meant to carry these days alone. Stay in gratitude as well. Do not wait until you can see the change to give thanks for it. Thank me now while the room looks the same and the circumstances have not yet bent. Gratitude before the answer is the purest language of faith. When you thank me for what you cannot yet see, you are telling heaven that my word is evidence enough. That kind of trust moves my heart, and it always has. And stay in expectation. Rise each morning believing that something is different, because something is different. Listen for the unexpected word. Notice the person who crosses your path without explanation. Receive the small kindness that arrives out of season. Expectation is not foolishness. Expectation is the posture of a heart that took me at my word. Within these days, a sign will come. Pay attention, because it may not look the way you imagine. It may be a message from someone you have not heard from in years. It may be a provision arriving from a direction you never considered. It may be a conversation that lands at exactly the right moment, answering a question you never spoke aloud. It may be as quiet as a burden lifting while you pray. When it comes, do not dismiss it as coincidence. Call it what it is, confirmation. Say thank you out loud. Acknowledge that heaven heard you and heaven is responding. What you honor will increase, and what you dismiss will grow silent. Honor the small beginnings, and you will be trusted with the great fulfillments. Guard these days carefully. Do not let bitterness back into your speech or dread back into your thoughts. Do not rehearse your problems to everyone who will listen. Choose your company with wisdom. Sit with those who strengthen your faith and step gently back from those who stir your fear. What surrounds you in these days will either water the seed or trample it. My child, everything has shifted. Can you sense it? The atmosphere around your life is not what it was when you first began listening. Something has been set in motion that cannot be called back. This is your moment. This is your season. You stayed. You opened your heart. You let my word reach the deep places, and heaven has taken account of it. Before I release you, there is one more thing you must carry with you. I am with you every single day. Not near you sometimes, with you always. I am in the morning when you rise and in the silence before you sleep. I am beside you in the crowd and beside you when the room is empty. There is no hour of your life where you walk unaccompanied. You are never alone. You are never forgotten. You are never abandoned. When you pass through the waters, they will not overwhelm you. When you walk through the fire, it will not consume you. I did not promise a road without trouble. I promised myself on every road, and I keep my promises. Walk forward now, and do not look over your shoulder at the life you are leaving. The old season had its purpose, but it is finished, and you do not live there anymore. Every door you approach in my will shall open. Every mountain that stands in your path shall be moved or made a road. Every valley you cross shall lift you toward higher ground. And when the blessing comes, when the provision arrives, when the right people gather, when the purpose unfolds, remember this day. Remember that you heard my voice when nothing had changed yet, and you believed. Tell the ones you love what happened here. Tell them how hope returned. Your story will become a lamp for someone still standing where you stood. Let your life become the proof of what I am like. Be generous the way I have been generous with you. Be patient with the struggling, for you remember struggling. Be gentle with the broken, for you remember breaking. The comfort I have poured into you was never meant to end with you. pour it forward, and it will never run dry. Do not fear the size of what I am asking. I do not send anyone out in their own strength. The same voice that reached you today goes with you tomorrow. When you stand in front of what looks impossible, stand still and remember, impossible is where I do my clearest work. It has never once been a barrier to me. It is only a stage. Hold your identity like a lamp in your hand. You are my beloved. You are chosen, not because you earned it, but because I willed it. You are a treasured possession, marked and kept. Wear this truth boldly. Live from it, not toward it. Let it decide how you speak to yourself, how you rise from failure, and how you enter every room. Receive this word now in its fullness. Believe it. Live it. Let it work in you long after my voice fades from this moment, because the word I speak does not return to me empty. It accomplishes what I send it to do. And I have sent this one to you. Go now with my blessing. Go with my protection over your shoulders, and my favor going ahead of you like a herald. The barriers are broken. The way is open. Your season has begun. Walk in power. Walk in peace. Walk in confidence with your head lifted and your heart at rest. The greatest chapter of your life starts right now. I have spoken it, and what I speak, I perform. Amen and amen. Say, yes, I am ready, if you will walk forward with me into everything I have prepared.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Set down everything you are carrying for the next few minutes and stay here with me. The list of things waiting on you, the questions circling your mind, the worry that follows you from room to room. Set it down for now. I am not here to add more noise to your day. I am here to speak to the one place inside you that has been waiting, quietly and patiently, for a long time. I know exactly where you are. I know the weight pressing on your shoulders before you even open your eyes in the morning. I know the questions you carry that you have never said out loud to another soul. I know the fear you hide behind a steady voice and a calm face. None of it is hidden from me. None of it ever was. This moment did not find you by accident. I am not speaking to everyone today. I am speaking to you, in this exact place, at this exact hour, because I have something to say that your spirit has been waiting to hear. Do not rush through these words. Do not let your mind wander toward the next task before this one is finished. Let what I am saying settle into the deep places where your real decisions are made. There is something stirring inside you right now, and you feel it even when you cannot name it. It rises in the quiet hour before the day begins, and it returns again at night, when the noise finally fades and your heart has nowhere left to hide. It is a restlessness, a pressure, a sense that something is unfinished. You have tried to outrun it by staying busy. You have tried to bury it under tasks and conversations and the small distractions of an ordinary day, but it keeps returning, doesn't it? That is not your imagination working against you. That is my voice, refusing to let you settle for less than what I have for you. I am not willing to quietly let you miss what is on the other side of the step you keep avoiding. My beloved, hear this clearly. There are seasons when waiting is exactly right. I have called you into stillness before. I have hidden you away in quiet places where no one else could see, and I did some of my deepest work in you there. I deepened your roots in those hidden years so that when the wind came, you would not fall. I shaped your heart in the dark and refined what mattered most. Those seasons were never wasted. They were holy, and they were mine. But the season you are standing in now is not one of those seasons. This is not a season of waiting. This is a season of movement. I have already done the building. I have already done the shaping. And now I am asking you to take what I placed inside you and use it. The restlessness you feel is not confusion. It is a calling. The discomfort you cannot shake is not a warning. It is proof that you have outgrown the ground you have been standing on. You were not meant to stay there forever. You were meant to move, and it is time. Think of a seed resting beneath the soil. For a long time, nothing is visible. The ground looks empty and undisturbed, as though nothing is happening at all. But underneath, the roots are reaching deeper. Life is building in the dark, unseen and unhurried. And then comes the moment the seed can no longer stay buried. It breaks open. It pushes upward toward the light, even though breaking open costs the seed everything it has. That moment of breaking is never comfortable. It was never meant to be. But it is necessary, because no seed was ever created to stay buried forever. It was created to rise and become something alive, something that feeds the ground around it. You are that seed, my child. I have been growing roots in you that run deeper than you know. I have been preparing something real inside you in the hidden place, and now I am calling you upward. Not because rising will be easy, but because rising is what you were made for. You were not made to stay buried in the ground of your own hesitation. You were made to grow, to break open, and to bear fruit that blesses every life that touches yours. You already sense what I am asking you to do. I did not write it in the sky for you to find. I placed it quietly in your thoughts, in the pressure on your heart, in the idea that keeps returning when everything else goes silent. Maybe it is a decision you have been circling for months. Maybe it is a conversation that needs your honesty. Maybe it is a hope you buried because someone once told you it was too much for someone like you. Whatever it is, I placed it there on purpose. I am precise. I do not act by accident. So stop looking away from it. Look at it directly. Bring it into the light before me, and be honest about why you have been avoiding it. I am not asking you to be afraid of what I am about to say. I am asking you to be ready to receive it, because what I have for you is not a burden. It is the very thing your heart has been longing to carry. Hear me now. The waiting is over. I am not asking you to have it all figured out before you move. I am asking you to trust me enough to take the next step even without the whole picture in front of you. That is what faith has always looked like. Not certainty, trust. And I am with you in every step of it, from the smallest act of courage to the very end. Say, I hear you, if these words are reaching your spirit in this moment. Now let us talk honestly about why you have been delaying. It is not always because you are being careful or wise. Sometimes, if you are willing to admit it, the reason is fear. And fear is clever. It rarely says, I am afraid. It puts on nicer clothes. It calls itself patience. It calls itself discernment. It says, I am just waiting for more clarity, when what is really happening is fear sitting quietly on the throne of your decisions, wearing a costume so convincing you stopped questioning it long ago. I am not angry with you for being afraid. I know your history. I know the moments you were brave and it cost you. I know the times you trusted and were let down, the times you stepped forward and the ground did not feel as solid as you hoped. I was there for every one of them. I watched the walls go up around your heart, one brick at a time, until stepping forward began to feel like stepping into danger. But hear me, beloved. I did not bring you this far to let fear write the rest of your story. The walls you built to protect yourself have also been keeping out the very things I have been trying to give you. I do not want you to live inside that fortress forever. I want to lead you out. I want to heal what is still sore in you and restore what was broken. But that healing rarely happens while you stay hidden. Sometimes courage comes after the step, not before it. Sometimes confidence is built in the doing, not in the waiting until you feel ready enough to begin. Some of what you have been avoiding is not even large. It only feels large because you have carried it in silence for so long. A decision left unmade, a truth left unspoken, a boundary you keep promising yourself you will set tomorrow. None of these things need a miracle to begin. They only need your yes. I am not asking for a perfect plan. I am asking for one honest step, taken today, in the direction I have already shown you. I also need to speak to the comparison you have been making. You have been seeing others move forward, start things, say the brave thing you have been too afraid to say. And instead of it inspiring you, it has been shrinking you. You tell yourself they have something you do not. More confidence, more talent, some extra portion of grace that skipped over you. But hear this clearly. Most of the people you are comparing yourself to are not moving because they have more than you. They are moving because they decided to stop waiting until they felt ready. That is the only difference. Not gifting, not anointing, a choice. And you are just as capable of making that same choice today. What I have placed inside you carries your name and no one else's. It is shaped by your story, your voice, your pain, your particular way of seeing the world. No one else can carry what I built in you, and no one else can do it the way you were made to do it. When you sit on the sidelines telling yourself someone else is more qualified, you are not being humble. You are believing a lie that keeps you small in a life I designed to be wide and full. So stop measuring your steps against someone else's stride. Bring your eyes back to what I placed in your own hands. That is where your attention belongs. Let me tell you about a river. When a river flows, it is alive. Fish swim in it. Birds drink from it. Everything near it is touched by its movement. But when a river is blocked, the water collects in one place. It grows still, then cloudy, then lifeless. What was once a source of life for everything around it becomes something nothing wants to come near. You were made to flow like that river, not to sit still until you grow stagnant. I put life inside you so it would move outward, touch other lives, and carry hope into ground that has been waiting for exactly what you carry. When fear or delay blocks what I intended to move through you, something inside you begins to feel exactly like that stagnant water, heavy, dull, and far from the fullness you remember. That heaviness is not a mystery. It is simply the sign that you were made to flow, and you have been standing still. So today I am asking you to remove the blockage. Open the places where you have been holding back. Let what I placed inside you start moving again, going somewhere, doing what it was always meant to do. The moment you do, you will feel that aliveness returning, that sense of being fully yourself again, fully in step with the one who made you. Hear this too. The flow does not wait for circumstances to become perfect. A river does not pause until every rock in its path is removed. It moves, and then it carves its way around what stands in front of it. It moves, and the moving itself shapes the ground it travels through. That is how I work with you. I am not waiting for your life to become smooth before I use you. I am asking you to start moving so that together we can shape the path as you go. Think back to the moments in your life when you felt most alive. Were they the safest, most guaranteed moments, or were they the ones that asked the most of your trust? Most people, when they are honest, discover that their most alive moments were never the safest ones. They were the moments that required walking toward something uncertain because I was calling. I do not meet you only on the comfortable shore. I meet you in the walk across the water, not in the security of knowing every detail in advance, but in the steady act of trusting the one who already does. I am inviting you back to that place today, back to the place where your heart is fully engaged because you are fully trusting, back to the place where every ordinary morning carries real weight because you are moving with me towards something that truly matters. Declare, I receive this, if your heart is open to what I am building in you. Now let us talk about who you are, because underneath every delay, every hesitation, every fear of failing, there is a deeper question quietly running in the background. Am I really someone worth using for something this meaningful? Am I truly capable, worthy, equipped for what I sense I am being called to? And if I step forward and it falls apart, what will that say about me? That question about your worth is one of the heaviest weapons used against your obedience. When you are not settled in who I say you are, every risk feels like a test of your value. Every step forward feels like a trial you might fail, one that could prove something terrible about your worth. So you protect yourself. You stay where it is safe, because staying back at least means no one can prove you unworthy of the assignment. It feels like wisdom. It is actually a prison built from a lie. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Hear this truth now, and let it settle into the very foundation of how you see yourself. Your worth was never attached to your performance. Your value was never determined by your success rate. Your identity was settled before you took a single step, before you were even born, written into existence by the one who made you and called you his own. You are loved not because of what you do, but because of whose you are. That does not change with outcomes. It is fixed. It is eternal. It is more secure than anything the world can offer you or take from you. So when fear whispers that failing now would prove you were never really called, never really gifted, never really who you hoped you were, you have an answer. Your worth is not on the table when you take this step. Your identity is not at risk when you obey. You are not stepping forward to prove something to anyone. You are stepping forward to trust the one who already knows exactly who you are. When that truth becomes real in you, not just something you know in your head, but something settled deep in your spirit, everything shifts. The risk no longer carries the same terrifying weight. Failure stops being the worst thing that could happen, because failure does not define you. Rejection still hurts, but it no longer devastates, because your worth was never in the hands of the one doing the rejecting. And obedience becomes lighter, easier, more natural, because you are no longer carrying the impossible weight of proving your existence through your results. You are simply saying yes to me from a place of security in who I say you are. Let that settle in you right now. Let it go deep. You are my child. You are loved. You are called. You are equipped. Not because you earned it, but because I chose you. And what I choose, I equip. What I equip, I cover. And what I cover, I carry through to completion. You are not in this alone. You never have been, and you never will be. My beloved, I also want to speak to something practical about the way I lead you. Because one of the things that keeps people stuck for a long time is a misunderstanding about how much clarity I give before I ask them to move. You imagine that if I were truly calling you to something, I would make it so unmistakable there would be no room left for doubt. You expect a clear and final answer, a complete map, before you feel free to take the first step. But that is rarely how I work with the ones I love. Think of Abraham. I told him to leave his country, his people and his father's household, and go to the land I would show him. Not the land I was already showing him in full detail, but the land I would show him along the way. He did not receive the whole address before he started walking. He received an instruction and a promise, and then he had to move before the rest was revealed. He went, not knowing where he was going. That is faith. That is the kind of trust I still honor today, and it is the kind of trust I am asking from you. I rarely give you the whole map at once, because I know that if you had it, you might try to walk it without needing me at every step. The partial clarity you have been waiting to outgrow is not a withholding. It is an invitation to stay close. It is my way of making sure you keep your hand in mine, because you need my voice for each next step. The walking together matters as much as the arriving, maybe more. So stop waiting for the complete picture before you move. Take the next step with the clarity you already have, because the step after that will only become visible once you are standing where the first one leads. I reveal the road as you walk it, and the only way to see what comes next is to keep moving toward me. This is also why the uncertainty you have been waiting to disappear is probably not going to disappear before you move. That uncertainty is not a warning sign. It is the normal texture of faith. It is what it feels like to trust someone with information you do not yet have. I am perfectly trustworthy with that information. I have never once been wrong. I have never once been late. I have never once led someone forward in genuine trust and then abandoned them in the middle of the road. My record is perfect, and your trust can rest on that record even when your feelings are not yet settled. My child, let us speak now about time, because what looked like a delay in your life was never a denial. I was working even when you could not see it. You thought the door stayed shut because I had forgotten you. I had not. I was arranging things on the other side of that door that you could not yet carry, people who were not ready, timing that had not yet lined up, pieces that needed to fall into place before you walked through. Every season that felt wasted to you was a season I was still moving in. Think of a field left lying fallow for a time. To anyone passing by, it looks abandoned. Nothing is growing. Nothing seems to be happening at all. But the ground is resting, and rest is not the same as neglect. The soil is recovering its strength so that what is planted next will not wither under shallow roots. I have let parts of your life lie fallow on purpose, not because I lost interest in the harvest, but because I was protecting the ground that harvest would need. There is also a foundation being laid right now in ground you cannot see. You know how it works when something is being built. The parts that take the longest, the parts that require the most careful work, are the parts buried beneath the surface, the parts no one will ever see or admire once the building stands. But without them, nothing above the ground could hold. I have been doing exactly that kind of work in you. Long, quiet, unseen labor, laid deep enough that what I build on top of it will not shake when the storms come looking for a reason to knock it down. So let peace settle into the place where panic has been living. You do not have to understand every piece of the timeline to trust the one who is keeping it. You do not have to see the whole structure to trust the foundation being laid. Peace is not the absence of unanswered questions. Peace is the presence of a steady hand you have decided to trust, even while the questions remain. I am that steady hand. I have never once dropped what I was carrying for you, and I am not going to start now. Now let us talk about the people around you, because sometimes the reason you delay obedience is not only internal. Sometimes it is relational. Maybe there are people in your life who, when you shared something stirring in you, answered with doubt or a long practical list of every reason it would not work. Their words mixed with your own doubts and built a quiet case for why staying safe was the wise and responsible thing to do. Or maybe there are people you are afraid to disappoint, people whose approval has carried more weight in your decisions than it should have. A parent, a spouse, a close friend whose opinion feels like it holds the final vote on your life. You have been living inside an invisible enclosure built from the fear of their disapproval, and you have mistaken that enclosure for wisdom. I see all of that, and I do not minimize it. The people you love matter to me too. I made you for relationship, for community, for connection. That is not weakness. But I also made you with a calling that no other person can fully see or validate from the outside. And there will be moments when what I ask of you will not make sense to the people standing closest to you. There will be moments when your obedience requires disappointing someone you love. In those moments, you have to decide gently but clearly who you are ultimately living for. I am not asking you to be unkind or dismissive toward the people in your life. I am asking you to stop giving their opinions a seat that only I was ever meant to hold. The ones who truly love you and want what is best for you will come to understand eventually, even if they cannot see it yet. And even where they never fully understand, you will stand before me one day, and I will not ask whether your decisions made sense to everyone around you. I will ask whether you trusted me enough to obey. So release the grip other people's opinions have had on your decisions, not with bitterness, not with pride. Release it with the quiet confidence of someone who finally knows who they are living for. Let the fear of disappointing people take its proper place, far behind the simple joy of pleasing me, and walk forward in that freedom. Some of the people closest to you will become your loudest encouragers once they see the fruit of your obedience, simply because they could not see what I was doing while it was still hidden. That is not their failure or yours. It is simply the nature of unseen work. Fruit convinces in ways that explanation never can, and I am far more interested in growing real fruit in your life than I am in winning an argument on your behalf before the harvest comes. But I also want to be honest with you. Some people will not come around, no matter how much fruit grows. Some relationships are built on you staying exactly where you are, predictable and small and easy to manage. When you grow, when you change, when you finally say yes to what I have been asking of you, certain people will feel that growth as a kind of threat, even if they never say so out loud. That is not a reason to shrink back. It is simply the cost of becoming who I made you to be, and I will be with you on both sides of that cost, comforting what is lost and filling what grows in its place. I want you to notice something about the ones you carry in prayer. Your obedience does not only shape you, it shapes the path they walk beside you on. When you live free instead of afraid, when you move instead of stall, you give the people you love permission to do the same. You become proof, simply by living it, that a life surrendered to me is not a smaller life. It is a fuller one. What you give them costs you nothing but your willingness to walk forward. Now I want you to hear something important about where you have been. I do not waste anything. Not the hard seasons, not the painful chapters, not the mistakes you have carried like stones in your pocket, not the years that felt like they went in circles. None of it was wasted. None of it was outside my ability to redeem. And none of it was beyond my power to turn into something that serves your story and ultimately serves the purposes I have for you. The years you feel you lost to fear and delay are not outside my redemption. I can take everything that happened in those years, every hesitation, every circling, every almost moment, and weave it into something that adds real depth to your calling instead of leaving it as a gap in your story. The pain you walked through is not disqualifying you from what I have for you. It is quietly qualifying you in ways you cannot yet see, because the people who will need what you carry most are often the ones who need someone who has actually been through something real. Someone who understands from the inside. Someone who has not only heard about the valley but has walked through it. Your history is not a liability. It is part of your equipment. The very things you are most tempted to hide, the seasons you are most embarrassed by, the failures you wish you could erase, those might be the very parts of your story that make what you carry most needed. Broken people do not need a perfect messenger. They need a real one. They need someone who has wrestled, who has doubted and come back, who has fallen and gotten back up, who has been afraid and moved anyway. That is the kind of testimony that changes a life, and that is the kind of story I have been writing in you through everything you have walked through. I want to tell you something about restoration, because it is not the same as starting over. Starting over erases what came before and begins again from nothing. Restoration is different. Restoration takes what was broken and makes it whole again, scars and all, and then uses those very scars as proof of what I can do with a life that was willing to keep trusting me. I am not in the business of pretending your wounds never happened. I am in the business of redeeming them, of making them part of the testimony rather than something you have to hide to be useful to anyone. Think about how a bone heals after it breaks. The place where it mends often becomes stronger than the bone around it, not weaker. I work the same way in hearts. The places in you that broke and then healed under my hand are not your weakest places anymore. They have become some of the strongest, because they carry both the memory of the wound and the proof of the mending. People who are still standing after being knocked down carry a kind of authority that people who have never been tested simply do not have. And that authority is part of what I want to move through you now. So stop looking at your past as something you must overcome before I can use you. Start looking at it as something I have already been using to shape you into exactly what the people I am sending you to most need. Your past is part of your purpose. Your pain is part of your preparation. And every chapter of the story I have written in you, even the ones you wish were different, is exactly what I need you to carry forward. I also want to speak to the atmosphere of your life right now, because something happens in the unseen places when you keep choosing delay over obedience. It is not punishment. It is simply the natural weight of misalignment. When you keep telling me not yet to what I have already said yes to, the air around your life begins to feel heavy, cloudy, congested, as though everything takes more effort than it should. Doors that should open feel stuck. Conversations that should flow feel awkward. Plans that should come together keep meeting resistance for no clear reason. Sometimes you have called that heaviness opposition. Sometimes it is. But sometimes, quietly, it is simply the accumulated weight of unresolved obedience, the spiritual residue of things I asked for that I did not yet receive. And the same way your delay creates that heaviness, your obedience lifts it. When you finally say yes to what I have been asking, when you take the step you have been avoiding, when you bring your actions into line with my instruction, something shifts. Not always dramatically, not always visible to the natural eye, but there is a clearing, a lightness, a sense that what was blocked has begun to move again. You have felt that shift before. You know the difference between the peace that comes from genuine obedience and the numbness that comes from avoidance. You know the difference between a heart that is truly at rest and a heart that has simply stopped listening because listening had grown too uncomfortable. I'm inviting you back into alignment today, not through striving, not through trying harder, or finally getting yourself together through sheer effort, but through the simple, clean, powerful act of saying yes. That alignment is the doorway to the atmosphere you have been longing for. That is where the heaviness lifts, the peace returns, and the momentum begins again. You do not have to manufacture that lightness yourself. It comes naturally, the moment your will lines up with mine, the way light naturally fills a room the instant a door swings open. State, I trust you if you believe this word belongs to your life right now. My child, I want to speak to you now about time in a way you may not have considered before. You know, in your mind, that life is short. You have heard it said many times, and you have nodded along to it. But I wonder if it has truly settled into the deep places of your heart in a way that changes how you make decisions on an ordinary day. There is a difference between knowing something in your head and carrying it as a living truth in your heart. Time is precious, not in a worn-out way, but in a real, practical, urgent way. Every day that passes does not come back. Every season carries opportunities that were uniquely available within it and nowhere else. The person you could speak to today may not be in the same place of openness tomorrow. The door cracked open right now may be closed by the time you finally feel ready to walk through it. The season of influence you are standing in will not last forever in exactly this shape. I am not trying to frighten you with this truth. I'm trying to wake a holy urgency in you that moves you away from comfortable postponement and toward intentional living. I want you to look at your days differently, holding each one with a kind of grateful attention that says, "This day matters. What I do today carries real weight, and I want to live it with purpose." That does not mean living in anxiety or constant pressure. It means being a good steward of the hours I give you. It means being present to what I am asking of you today, instead of always living for an imagined future that will never arrive in exactly the form you picture it. One of the most freeing things you could ever do is decide to live fully in the present day, not tomorrow's version of yourself, where every fear is gone and every question is answered. Right now, with the faith you currently carry, with the gifts you currently hold, with the courage that is available to you in this very moment if you choose to reach for it, in the life you are actually living, not the one you keep waiting to begin. There is something else I want you to understand about your obedience. It was never only about you. When I place a calling on a life, it is not for that person's benefit alone. It is for everyone that calling was meant to touch. There are people right now, some you have already met, and some you have not yet met, who are waiting for what you carry. There are people stuck in the very place you were stuck before I brought you through it. People sitting in a darkness you have already walked out of. People carrying questions your story already holds the answer to. People who feel entirely alone in something you understand from the inside, because you have lived it. Every day you delay your obedience is another day those people wait without what they need. Another day they remain stuck in something you could help them move through. Another day they feel alone in something you could help them carry. Does that change how you see your hesitation? Sometimes the most powerful reason to obey is not about you at all. Sometimes you need to stop thinking only of your own fear and start thinking about the people standing on the other side of your yes. Your assignment is connected to other people's breakthroughs. Your willingness to step forward creates a path for others to follow behind you. Your obedience is not only personal, it ripples outward in ways you will never be able to fully track or measure, touching the ones you carry in prayer and many you will never even meet. That is exactly why I keep bringing it back to you. I can see what your yes will do in the earth, and I know it is too important to leave sitting on the table. Think of the turning of seasons, how winter never argues with spring. It simply gives way when its time is finished. There is an appointed turning coming in your life, a shift from the season you have been standing in toward the one I have already prepared for you. You do not have to force that turning by striving. You only have to stop resisting it. Let what has run its course finish running, and let what I am bringing next begin to rise in its place. The turning is not something you manufacture. It is something you walk into, the same way you walk from one room into another simply by moving forward. I also want you to think about a desert crossing, because some of you have felt like you have been wandering for a long time without arriving anywhere. The desert feels endless when you are inside it, the same stretch of ground repeating itself day after day, until you start to wonder if you are moving at all. But a desert is not a place I send you to lose you. It is a place I cross with you on the way to somewhere else, a place where you learn to depend on bread that falls fresh every morning instead of bread you stored up yourself. A place where your trust in my provision becomes the very thing that prepares you for what is waiting on the other side of the sand. If you are in a desert season right now, hear me clearly. The crossing has a far side. You will not wander forever. Every step you take, even the ones that feel repetitive and unremarkable, is carrying you closer to the edge of it, even on the days when the horizon looks exactly the same as it did yesterday. I have not lost track of you in the sand. I am walking every mile of it with you, and I know precisely where the desert ends. So hold today with both hands. Do not let it slip past you unattended while you wait for a more convenient one to arrive. The harvest you are hoping for is not hiding in some distant, more comfortable future. It is hidden inside the ordinary obedience available to you right now, today, in the life you are actually living. My child, let us talk about endurance, because beginning is one thing, but continuing is another. Some of you have started before. You took that brave first step, and then something happened that was harder than you expected. A setback, a disappointment, a moment where it did not work the way you hoped. And that became the moment you pulled back, and the pause became permanent. What was meant to be a momentary regrouping became a full withdrawal. Now you are here again, feeling my invitation rise once more, feeling that familiar stirring, and part of you wants to respond, but another part remembers the last time. And that memory makes saying yes again feel harder than it should. I want to speak to that place in you today. I honor that you tried before, and I honor the courage it took. I was there when it got hard. I saw you stumble, and I am not asking you to pretend it did not hurt. But the setback was not the end of the story. The stumble was not a disqualification. It was part of the journey, teaching you what you needed to know, and removing what would have hindered you later. This time is different, not because the circumstances are guaranteed to be easier, but because you are different. You carry more now than you carried the last time you tried. You have been shaped by what you walked through, and that shaping is exactly what this next season needs from you. So do not let the memory of a previous stumble become the reason you never fully try again. Get back up. Step forward again. Let the history of what you survived become the very testimony that fuels your next chapter. Now hear me on something practical. something small that has quietly stolen more dreams than almost anything else. The word tomorrow. It sounds so innocent. It sounds like a friend giving you relief without requiring anything from you. It lets you agree with me in your heart without ever having to move your feet. And that is exactly why it is so dangerous. Every time you tell yourself you will do it tomorrow, you make a small agreement with delay. And once you make that agreement, it becomes easy to make it again, until tomorrow becomes your default answer to anything that requires courage. Then one day you look up, and months or years have passed, and the thing I placed in front of you is still sitting exactly where it was, untouched, unclaimed, waiting. I do not want that to be your story, full of almosts, all the times you were almost ready, almost brave enough, almost willing to trust. That word, almost, is one of the saddest words in the life of faith, because it means you stood at the edge of something real and let it slip away. Today is the day that pattern ends, not because every fear has gone silent, but because I am asking, and my grace is available to you today, not only tomorrow. Real faith rarely looks like the picture you have carried in your mind, the confident smile, the unshaken certainty that everything will work out exactly right. Real faith often feels like stepping off a ledge in the dark, hoping the ground is closer than it seems. It feels like speaking while your voice is still shaking, moving while your hands still tremble, starting while your mind is still full of questions. What makes it faith is not how steady you feel. What makes it faith is who you are trusting. If your yes is directed toward me, it counts, even if your knees are weak and your heart is racing twice its normal speed. I rarely come the way you expect. I did not come to one of my prophets in the earthquake or in the fire, but in a still, small voice after the noise had finally passed. I did not call my first followers from a throne room or a temple court. I found them by the shore, mending nets, going about an ordinary day, and I simply said, "Follow me." And they left what they were holding and walked after me. The call rarely arrives with thunder. Most of the time it comes as a quiet nudge, a thought that keeps returning, an ordinary next step that does not feel dramatic enough to be from heaven. Do not dismiss it for being small. Some of the greatest things I have ever done in the earth began with someone obeying a very small instruction. So here is what I am asking you to do before you do anything else once these words end. Take a few minutes. Sit quietly before me. Ask me one honest question. What is the one step I have been asking you to take that you have been avoiding? Not 5 steps, not a whole list, just one, the one that has been waiting the longest. Then listen. When I show you, make it specific. Give it a moment in your day and do it. Today if you can, this week if not today. Let this be the day something in your life actually changed. The life I have for you is not a distant dream waiting in some far-off, more convenient future. It is available now, on the other side of the obedience you have been postponing, and it is richer and fuller than the life you have been living in the shadow of your delay. I have been calling you toward it for a long time, and today, once more, I am asking you. Will you say yes? Not almost yes. Not yes, but later. A real yes, the kind that moves your feet and lifts your hands toward what I have already shown you. Rise, my beloved. The season of staying still has passed, and the season of movement is here. I am with you. My strength is sufficient. My love does not change with your performance, and everything you need for the next step is already placed inside you by the one who designed you for exactly this moment. Take the step, move forward, and discover, as so many before you have discovered, that the God who calls you is also the God who carries you, every single step of the way, from this moment until the very last one. Speak Amen now if you are ready to rise and to walk forward with me. And I want to address something you have not spoken aloud to anyone. The version of you that you perform for the world, capable, composed, moving through your days with enough competence to avoid suspicion, that version is exhausting you. You have worn it so long you have nearly forgotten it is a costume. I am not asking you to tear it off in front of everyone. I am simply asking you to stop wearing it when you are alone with me. You do not have to arrive at my feet with anything assembled. Bring the unfinished version. Bring the version that does not know what comes next. That is precisely the one I am asking to step forward, because polished people are not what this season requires. This season requires someone willing to be seen as they actually are, and trusted enough to move anyway. That is available to you right now.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.